gentlemen, and welcome to Bangkok, Thailand. Welcome to the Imperial World Ice Skating Rink, and welcome to the ISU Junior Grand Prix Bangkok, Thailand 2023. This is an event of the International Skating Union and hosted by the Figure and Speed Skating Association of Thailand. In just a few moments, we will start the Junior Women Free Skating. We remind you that flash photography as well as video recording and filming is forbidden. Gifts and flowers offered to the skaters at the end of their performance must be completely wrapped, and we thank you very much for your cooperation. And now, ladies and gentlemen, it is a pleasure to introduce you to the officials of this event. Representing the International Skating Union, please welcome the referee of the event, Susan Linz. The panel of judges, Judge number 1, Karen Thompson from Australia. Judge number 2, Limsan Latanatilok Napuket from Thailand. Judge number 3, Yuko Muramoto from Japan. Judge number 4, Andrea Derby from Canada. Judge number 5, Helen Kukupat from France. Judge number 6, Jung-Soo Lee from Korea. Judge number 7, Marco Fagioli from Italy. Judge number 8, Yu Wang from China. And Judge number 9, Sandra Williamson-Levy from New Zealand. The technical panel, the technical controller, Lise Rosso Jensen. The technical specialists, Mamiko Yaman. And Scott Davis.
joining us from Nottingham. Mark, are you there?
Yes, here, Ted, and as you say, I'm sad to be missing the action on site, but amazing to be able to join you remotely. And it's been interesting. You're talking about the fascinating city. I've seen so many of the skaters posting on their social media how much they're enjoying seeing that, as we look now to the judges who will officiate over the proceedings to come.
Yeah, it's such a different part of the world, of course, in Europe and North America, somewhat similar, if you will, but in this part of the world, it's so busy, and when you're driving this city, it's just remarkable how the little scooters squeak through with centimeters between the handlebars and the buses. But everyone knows what they're doing. It's not a problem as we take a look at this. As we take a look at the start order, it's really interesting to be in a car on the streets of Bangkok. It's no question. This should be a good event. We had some challenges, of course, yesterday with our broadcast in the women. Got all the notes on this. There's some really good skaters, but I have to say, the last couple groups didn't have a good practice session today. Now let's talk a little bit about that ice. Because we are in a very hot and humid environment here, sometimes they will just scrape the ice and not actually flood it during the practice sessions. And when this happens, the texture of the ice is a little bit different. So some of the skaters are struggling a little bit with that, I think. Also, perhaps the fatigue from travel. So ice is clean and beautiful today, and so we're looking for some good performances as we saw in the short program yesterday.
And as we look now at the starting order for this first warm-up group, we'll be expecting to see, as you mentioned, I love what you said, Ted, yesterday about the kind of groups and tiers of skaters in regards to their different development from this towards the triple axels at the end of the competition.
Yeah, no, it's interesting. You will see clearly if you watch this whole event the difference in the speed and the depth of edge, the comfort and the confidence that these skaters will have. These skaters have not skated perhaps as long, maybe not as many hours. Maybe in some months they don't even have ice. I don't know. It just depends on where they're coming from. And some of these, that's the great thing about the Junior Grand Prix, is like Vietnam, for instance. We know they've got some ice rinks going in there, but they certainly don't have the same facilities and time that many other countries do. So that is what's special about this event. We're seeing truly, skaters from around the planet at different levels.
And although it will be amazing to see the likes of the leader Amina Kai compete later on, it's amazing to respect and appreciate these athletes too, because we're treated to seeing triple jumps as if that's commonplace, but all of the skaters in the competition, even in this bottom group, compared to anybody off the street who doesn't know our sport would be amazed by what they're achieving. Just being spoiled, I think, by the standards that have advanced in the last few decades.
And also, I absolutely believe that the courage that it takes to compete with not as much opportunity as many other top skaters is equal, if not more, than someone who's skated for many years, and the comfort that they have on the ice. And so these skaters, their accomplishment in getting the double lutz done or the double loop combination is just as challenging as the triple toe from an emotional perspective. And so I think you have to balance things out that way, that no matter what level you're at or where you're at in your development, the courage to be out by yourself on this ice in front of fans is immense.
Yeah, that's such a good point. And then in terms of the awareness of the human self, if you're representing a skating nation that's really strong and you've had to contend hard to achieve your spot in the national team, then coming into the event that you've got a quality that more than justifies your position there. If you're coming into the event and you don't have the technical abilities to be competitive, I agree completely, Ted. That bravery will stand to be able to put yourself up in front of an international judging panel and a global audience on the streaming service. That bravery will stand these athletes in such brilliant stead, whatever walks of life they choose to pursue further on.
Yeah, and I think also when it comes to accomplishing a new element, getting that double axel perhaps or the double lutz is just as big a thrill as the skater getting the triple lutz for the first time. There's so many skills to learn in this sport that every time you accomplish a new skill, there's a new thrill that comes with it.
Until you get to my advancing years, and then you're just grateful for what you can cling on to.
You're hanging on. Yeah, exactly. No, listen, I saw I saw some footage of you and dancing on ice and in the show in Great Britain, and you did great. You got great flexibility and strength. It's quite remarkable. Quite surprised. Are you sure it's not a double doing it, or what?
I'm a doppelganger.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. No, you did a great job,
Oh,
Mark.
that's good
It's
stuff.
amazing. Yeah, I'd be in the senior citizen category for sure, but
1 minute left in this warm-up.
1 minute.
Let's hope though that
Yeah.
these skaters will still have performance opportunities long beyond their teenage years that they're in now.
Well, I thinking back to when I was an athlete, and actually we're going to do this you've got your performance from the Europeans. I have my 5-minute free program from the national championships in 1975, and we're going to show that somewhere along the Junior Grand Prix series. We're not sure where we're going to do this yet, and we're going to analyze your performance and analyze mine. Painful 5 minutes for someone to watch it, but it's a lot of fun when you look back at the era and the wildness, if you will. So we'll have some fun with that. We'll set that up a little bit later in the Junior Grand Prix series as we take a look at different decades of skating, for sure. As we take and look at this first group, beautiful camel spin into a sit spin, and these skaters, they're in the first group and haven't had the experience, but they're still have got great skill. And as you mentioned, no one off the street could step onto the ice and do what these young skaters can do. It's a very, very difficult technical sport. Beautiful sport. It's much more difficult than it looks. And that's part of the goal. Make it look easy, but it's not. Here we go. First of 31 entries in the free program, women's free, starts right now.
First to skate, representing Vietnam, Huân Dieu Le.
Huân Dieu Nguyen from Vietnam, 13 years old, and just really starting to learn to compete and enter this category with the double jumps. She'll skate the free program to legendary.
Hongju Lee from Vietnam opens the women's
Hong
competition.
Lei from Vietnam.
And I thought, Ted, that despite the mistakes, you could see that there was a fundamental good enough jump technique and a solid enough skater, just not maybe as competition ready as she would like to be.
Yeah, no question of that. Nice smile coming off the ice. That's awesome. You're right. Nice, pretty strong body part, good edges, good basic skating skills at this stage of the development. Nice double toe off the top of the program. That was nicely done. Here's the Lutz. This was a bit more of a problem. Picked a little bit too early. Didn't get the free leg back and not very quick in the air. Double loop, though, came up really nicely. Hands above the head. So you can see the basic technique is there. And as you said, just a little tired through the program a little bit later. That'll just require more run-throughs, of course, into the season.
I did think that as we see the flying camel spin, this was perfectly pitched on music, but also the combination spin, she changed position with phrasing with the music, and then the Ina Bauer as part of the choreography sequence, that too was perfectly started on music. So there were some good details that show good work from the team behind this program as well.
Yeah, good start. And, to the season, I think there'll be more learned from this. Lots of personality. Wow. And when she feels a little bit more comfortable in the program, that personality will come out in performance. That'll be awesome.
And on Hyung-Ju Lee's ISU biography, she said hanging out with her friends is one of her hobbies, and perhaps then she's embracing the chance to do a shout out to them now.
Yeah, as you mentioned, the team is so important when the skaters are. She realized she stuck her tongue out, but the team going together with your colleagues and comrades from your country and representing your country perhaps for the first time is such a thrill. It's part of the experience, really. And seniors, I love the seniors, are great skaters, no question, but it's not the same as the juniors. This is raw. This is real. And the seniors is a little bit more serious. And this is just a lot of fun to watch these skaters, no matter where they come from, no matter what stage of development they're at. Same, fears and joys and thrills, if you will, just to be on the Junior Grand Prix.
Yeah, and Hyung-Ju, she started skating at the Skating Club of Boston. She's a high school student. This just a part of her life. What an amazing part of her life to be able to present Vietnam here. Don't know what the codes are for her.
Well, we'll see. 39.58. Of course, the first skater out in this competition. Again, as I said a little earlier today, 58.06 for the competition total score. It's not about the numbers in this. At this point, it is about the experience. Some gained right here, right now. So we take a look at our next skater from Mongolia, Michiel Atagon Batar, 17 years old, second Junior Grand Prix season. 27.87, best score back in 2021. Hasn't had a lot of time on the ice. We'll skate the free here to La La Land.
A shame on the final spin for Michelle Orgombatar from Mongolia. This, until that point, certainly a much stronger performance than that which she had at the Asian Open here last week. She scored 47 in the Asian Open. I think she'll be safely higher to a bigger score at this time.
Yeah, actually, a pretty good program, you know, getting all the double jumps done. You can see the smile coming off the ice, and as she continued throughout the program, landing the elements, you can see a bit of a smile come on her face. And, sure, a little bit more speed, a little bit more flow, those types of things. There's a nice double Lutz, hands above the head. There it is, up into a double toe loop. And the double loop, always on a little bit of a lean, but had the feet underneath her on the landings. That was good. Here's the back spiral. Just the end of a sequence here. And just a little bit more expression is going to help dress this up. The choreography is very nice. The music is very nice. Everything's good. But the focus and the concentration quite a bit, obviously, at this stage on the elements. Fighting through that double flip, Euler, double Sakau.
Good to see on the slow-mo. Obviously, I think this is the combo spin where she had the fall, but good to see in the slow-mo how much harder it is for the athlete to sustain the landing position here. She's about to take a tumble. Wow. And that perhaps just an example of fatigue towards the end of the program. You could see that, as I was mentioning, in the landing positions. The opening double lutz had a much more sustained extended free leg. Later, when the lactic acid is building up in the leg, so much harder to fight for a more sustained, bigger landing position to push the grade of execution.
Yeah, and sometimes you don't feel yourself starting to lean until it's too late. And because she was spinning and thinking, okay, everything's fine. She started to lean off the skating foot and just couldn't recover. On
Michelle's Instagram, she acknowledges the fact that she's on the Mongolian skating team. She acknowledged the fact that she was a junior Grand Prix competitor in 2021. And so many of these youngsters are defined by what they put on their social media, and so that indicates the importance of this for her. And so now, wonderful to see her back 2023. She again is a junior Grand Prix competitor, and this time with much higher scores than Krasnoyarsk 2 years ago.
Yeah, no question we'll see a significantly higher score. 51.02. There's the smile. Wow. Proud of that. Experience gain 74.89, and they're thrilled with that score. Progress has been made and a positive experience as she will leave Bangkok in good light. Improvement made. Our next competitor comes from New Zealand, Masaki Joe, 17 years old, junior national champion of New Zealand. This is her first junior Grand Prix season, only 7th after the short program. You can see the costume may give away the theme of this program. She'll skate to music from John Williams' Memoirs of a Geisha.
Great choreography sequence to conclude the program for Misaki Jo from New Zealand. And that's a 17-year-old who 2 years ago had a career-threatening knee injury, and she was determined not to let that injury set her back. So wonderful to see her here.
Yeah, and it's interesting. I have a question for you, Mark. You're a choreographer and you work with skaters. How do you know that, or how do you assess the music for a skater? What do you how do you pick that music to suit the skater's development as we take a look at some of the elements here?
Well, here the nice double axel to open the program is such an interesting question because I think it's so dependent upon the aspirations of the athlete. You can see here Misaki is obviously fixated on getting the technical content done, here the double loops, and that's so important when it comes to securing bigger points for the choreography work, here the flip. Then it depends really the music choice. You're squeaking out the double flip, double loop, just a single toe loop on the end. The judges request a demonstration of understanding of the music. And so it's a safer route to pick music to choreograph for a skater if it suits the style of the skater or if the skater is engaged with that kind of music, because your chances then of them showcasing that understanding of it to a judging panel are increased. Then there are occasions where we're here on the Junior Grand Prix circuit where if the coach and the team behind the athlete have a long-term athlete development plan, they may choose to do something that is outside of their comfort zone to help advance them, as we see Misaki with Ricky Cockerell, who was a former New Zealand World Championship competitor, in the kiss and cry with her. So it depends really on the aspirations for that season and how that fits into the skater's long-term athlete development plan, really, I think.
Yeah, and some skaters are just naturally, they take a piano or they play an instrument, so music is natural for them. They sense it, they hear it, they feel it. And for some, it's just, they might be toned, not aware, and it might be very difficult for them to connect to the music. So you have to sort of read into that as well and pick the piece of music that can make them shine as best they can where they're at with their development.
And that is then the job of the choreographer can be so dependent upon the skater's musical awareness. I was teaching a girl recently who is a phenomenal pianist, and so the choreography for me was so simple because she could find all sorts of nuances within the music, but then you can sometimes have a skater who can't hear the beat, and consequently the choreographer's job is way harder. So you can't, sometimes we say, well, that's a great choreographer, we'll reference these names that repeatedly crop up on ISU biogs. But like Miki Ando, Miki Ando choreographed this. She's a two-time world champion herself. She worked with Misaki on this. It's great choreo, but the choreographer's job remit can be so much more difficult and challenging dependent upon the skater's musical awareness.
You might see a beautiful piece of choreography on a skater that's not so strong. Why? Because it made the skater look better, because they matched the choreography and the music to where that skater was at, and they delivered it beautifully. And then you might see a wonderful skater who maybe doesn't have strong choreography. So it's a very complicated, we're talking about this, the complications of a coach's life, a choreographer's life, and it's very difficult to develop an athlete with so much detail that needs to be worked on. It's confusing.
And sometimes the choreographer might lay down a great program, but the coach knows that they need the skating skills to show more power and speed, so they axe a lot of the choreography. But team effort, and you just got to make those executive decisions. Sometimes the choreographers can feel a bit hard done to when they see their transitional content removed, but it's a points game, and
keeping your eyes on the long haul, on the on the long term. So sometimes you have to have that skater who's comfortable with a particular type of genre try something different that they may not feel comfortable in, but you need to learn all these different approaches, find out what's going to work for you the best at the end of your career.
Yeah. And many of the skaters that we're watching will hopefully go on to become coaches, choreographers themselves, or continue to perform. And so the more you throw at them choreographically and from an interpretive and expressive perspective, the more oriented they'll be for their future. But do you play it safe? You could argue, well, play it safe, pick music that's more likely to give them the best points in the moment in that season. So
really interesting background to Ricky Cockerell. You should take a look at Ricky's bio on Google, and he's a very interesting young man, has done a lot in his life and is in skating as well. So we want to highlight these coaches as people, as well as the difficulty of coaching skating or any high performance sport. Let's take a look at the scores for Masaki Joe from New Zealand. 52.91 for the free program. And that is up from her personal best. 78.62 for the competition. That'll put Masaki currently in the first place. Our next competitor comes from the United Arab Emirates. 16-year-old Elisa Westerhoff, born in Rotterdam. 29th after the short program. We'll skate the free program to Sweet Child of Mine and Crescendo by the Piano Guys.
That the smile of a skater who has delivered, and it was a difficult day for Elisa Westerhoff from the United Arab Emirates yesterday in the short program. She had a couple of falls, but the final three-jump combination, the smile that followed that and that last double flip indicate that she is more than satisfied.
Yeah, a lot of the elements, you see the double axel, watch the feet on the landing, they're under-rotated. I think 1, 2, 6, that's 8 elements are under review. So they're just checking the landing. Irrespective of that, this was a good program because wanted to stand up. Sometimes there's the triple loop, of course, that will be downgraded, and here's the second double axel a little bit later in the program. You can see the foot just under-rotated a bit. That's not the point. I have to bring it up to you, but the point is this young woman skated very well, standing up, landing on one foot on all her jumps throughout the program. Now can work on getting that foot all the way around. But for Elisa, that was a good program. Solid start to the season. Some work to be done for sure. She finishes with the change combination spin, went into level 3, last element in the program.
And now she can have some stats and some numbers on her ISU biography from which to build on. And she's been working at the International Skating Centre of Excellence in Bergamo as well. Some of the United Arab Emirates have trained there, and wonderful to see, how they're really pushing their skating in another skating nation and training and resourcing education from around the world.
Yeah, big smile coming off the ice because this was sort of a mission accomplished. Like a pretty clean skate for her for where she is at this point in her career. And that's got to be a lot of fun coming all the way to here to the Junior Grand Prix. And you can see smiles in the kiss and cry. Nicely done.
And I'm sure having trained in Bergamo and now here being at the Junior Grand Prix, then Lisa and her coach they'll be really mindful of what's necessary to move forward, and putting in the likes of the triple loop, which she downgraded here. They will, I'm sure, be aware that that's where she's at on her development. And you could argue that she maybe should have played it safe and gone for an easier element with more guaranteed outcome, successful outcome. But they know what's necessary, and they know that she needs to be pushed. And at some point, you've got to include that increased technical element, score difficulty, and I think it's probably paid off at this stage for Elisa as we see her move forward in the season.
There's so much value in just the experience here in the Junior Grand Prix. We see the athletes coming off the ice quite often. Certainly in the senior, we analyze every small detail because it's very point-oriented, it's very important, it's very serious, and very competitive. And here is about life, really, in many ways, and development. And so you'll see great joy on performances that would be regarded in the senior as perhaps subpar, but this is the development stage. And this was a really good performance, standing up on all the elements, fighting all the way through the program. Some work to do on under rotations, but that'll come in time.
You sense, as we watch them in the kiss and cry, that scores are, of course, an opportunity to learn, and the PDF that she'll receive afterwards will give her an opportunity to learn and move forward. But don't really sense that, she knows she's done her job, and so there's a feeling of satisfaction from coach and student in the kiss and cry here, I think.
Yeah. You'll see the skaters near the end of the competition quite seriously looking at the monitor because the number is important. They're trying to make the Junior Grand Prix final.
The scores, please.
Let's take a look at the scores for Elisa Westerhoff. 50.37 for the free program. That is third in the free. Total competition score of 73.79. That'll put Elisa currently into third place overall. Once again, number and placement not so important at this point. Our next competitor comes from Egypt, Hannah Davies. Interesting enough, Egypt has been a great new member of the ISU, and Dr. Heber Gerg is working on development of figure skating in the Middle East. And Hannah, the first skater from Egypt to compete on the ISU Junior Grand Prix. Mark, I have to just say that this was the best I've seen Hannah skate, the most free that I've seen her. Last year when she entered the Junior Grand Prix, quite nervous being the first skater from Egypt to represent the country on the Junior Grand Prix, and so struggled a little bit with getting free and enjoying the moment. And today is the first day in competition on the Junior Grand Prix. I've seen Hannah do that. Congratulations to her. Nicely done. There's a nice double Lutz to start the program. Just coming down the ice here for the double flip. Good lift on that, and couldn't get the double toe loop done.
I completely agree here. The Sako and the axel, and she looked more at peace and happy with maybe it's the music choice, maybe she enjoyed that. This was a shame that she maybe lost levels on the spins, but I wrote down some notes. Just the opening, beautiful line at the start, and even at the finish, she's got a really lovely neckline, elegant neckline, and she, as you'd said, when we saw her a couple of times on the Junior Grand Prix last year, looked maybe under pressure to represent Egypt as the first one to do so, and now she just looks, frees the perfect choice. There again, you can see opening the neckline, being confident enough to do that.
I had a nice conversation with Hannah a little earlier today and asked her about her experience and how she was feeling, and you can see the thinking about trying to put in perspective how they feel versus how they skate, and because it gets confusing at times. You want to skate so well, and you can see a big smile on her face in the kiss and cry. I have not seen that over the past 2 seasons, so this is great. This is wonderful to see Hannah feel great about that performance. 44.50, that's fourth and free program. The numbers don't matter for Hannah. This is a great improvement. 64.19 total competition score. Well done. And much more to come from the Middle East. Some development in our sport in that part of the world, and that will be interesting to watch as we take a look at the leaderboard after the first group.
From Thailand, Christopher Chang. From Singapore,
You can definitely tell that there's a skater from the home nation being introduced to the crowd here.
Melody Asru Fatima. And from Thailand, Sabitana Akari.
And there is a look at the start order for group number 2. It's a bit impressive with the skaters from Thailand. Relatively new skating country for figure skating. And the skills that have been taught here, the good basics, and they're not doing necessarily the big triples, etc. at this moment, but the basics are being taught extremely well, and this country is going to close that gap for the next 5 years very nicely as they're get more experience. They've got a nice facility here. It's an ISU Center of Excellence. They've got some good coaching, and this facility has curling in it. It has hockey in it. It has lots of figure skate in it. It's pretty busy.
And you can see even there the backspin, double loop takeoffs, the technical work, the exercises done to drill rotational position in the air. Skaters, there's a host of exercises that will be done as we see double loops, double toe there, done in the training rink to prepare for the program. It's not just repetition of what we see under the scrutiny of the judges. So much work goes behind the scenes before that.
There's exercises off the ice and on the ice that teach that sort of innate action that the body will just take naturally. The sport happens so quickly, you can't think in detail when you're leaving the ice. It has to be to some degree automatic pilot. And automatic pilot only happens after thousands of repetitions, good repetitions. A nice triple toe loop there into a single axle double loop. And that will have been done hundreds and hundreds of times to be able to react just naturally. And when things go off, you're on the ice quicker than you can actually think about what happened.
As we see another double axle, that's that next stage, isn't it, Ted? Like you were saying, we're seeing triple toe now, some more double axles. Yeah. So the next group, increased difficulty, obviously evident.
Yeah, and each group, you'll have sometimes a skater have a disaster skate in the short program and be like way down in this group or in the next group, and you wonder, well, what's with the starting order? But if you have a real tough short program and it puts you way down the list, you've got the free program to sort of climb your way back up. But generally speaking, the groups are based on the short program, of course, and that'll be based on the basic skills overall, and of course how well you skate.
Sometimes that's what's really hard for the coaches to express and impress upon their students is the work done on the fundamental strike of the blade, the knee action of their skating. Like, that's not as exciting for the skaters to want to train, but it, pays dividends.
It's true. Nice double axel, double toe loop. They're absolutely true, because when you're trying to explain the importance of the quality of skating and every edge, they're going, yeah, just let me jump. Yeah, I just want to spin, right? Yeah, I just want to play the music again. And you don't really understand every detail, and there is a huge list of details that have to be learned throughout a career. So, the people who love to jump don't spend so much time spinning, and it can catch up as we take a look at the fans here in the building. And it's great to see fans coming in here and witness this sport and say, what's this all about? This is beautiful. It looks so difficult. And that's how the sport gets spread around the world.
I remember vividly passing a field moves test or skills test, basic skating skills test, and then thinking that my coach would therefore allow me in the next lesson to just do a lesson on jumping. And indeed, he then taught me the next set of skills, and I remember being so upset that I wasn't able to just jump all day. And that's what the skaters want to do. So often the skaters just want to jump.
Yeah, and some people just don't like to jump, and they're not particularly good at it. They're slow off the ice, and so they mature into other disciplines within figure skating, or perhaps they'll go to speed skating. It's okay. Not everybody is equal, and not everybody will love the same things. But generally speaking, the skaters, when they get going, they do like that feeling of accomplishing the new jump. It's such a great thrill. Doesn't matter how difficult the jump is. Yeah, it is. It really is. I didn't think I would ever do this in my life, and I just did it. And that's such a wonderful feeling.
And I think, as we look at the Beelman spin from the Latvian competitor Elizaveta, she's got a great triple toe, and I'm sure she will remember for the rest of her life the feeling of that first triple jump landing. Like, I remember the first triple salto landing. I can recreate that in my mind's eye decades later, and it truly is something that...
Oh yeah, my first double axel back in the Stone Age, they used to have frozen ponds in caves, and so when I skated, and
when you skated on bones.
And yeah, exactly. And I never thought I would be able to do what I saw others do, because I was just muscling the jump. And until somebody gave me a shape and a form and technique, and then I did, I said, well, that wasn't that hard. Right? So I made skating so difficult. And you'll see that in that when we show our programs a little bit later in the Junior Grand Prix. I know, yeah. I want to see your singles program.
I actually, because I was really upset at the notion that we didn't record things the way that the athletes now that we see here. I'm sure the majority, if not all of them, have a device that they record their own skating on, but I didn't have any recordings of my triple jumps, and I dug out something. There's I've got a loop, and an axle, and a very crusty, dodgy looking video. So
dodgy looking video. Okay. Have to pull that out of the cupboard. That'll be good. As we take a look at our next skater, you're going to hear in the audience with great support. Competitor from Thailand, Christabel Chang, 15 years old, first Junior Grand Prix season, 11th at the Thailand Open. Needs a 48.24 to take the lead. We'll skate the free program to Turning Pages.
Well, real strength of character displayed by Christabel Chang to come back at the end of the double flip, double toe, and the double lutz or the double because the start of the program was far from what she was hoping for. So real respect to her for digging deep and pulling something out at the end of the program.
Really interesting watching that program because you saw some beautiful moves, some beautiful posture and spirals, but the focus at the beginning was the jumps and just did not have the feeling and took some really hard falls, but came back a little bit later in the program. Beautiful skating skills and nice stretch. And here's the first double axel. Takes a hard fall right here, far back on the heel. And how do you get up from that? That is just hurts. And get up and come back down to the ice. Here's the double flip to double toe loop. Gets that back on track. And was really concentrating after a couple hard falls to lift up a little higher. Here we see the double lutz, a little bit of lean Euler into the double sacco, lift up, get all the way around. And now she's back feeling her feet, feeling the balance as flying camel into the forward inside edge. Nice free leg position. So you can see some good qualities, but this was not the skate she hoped for. Had some hard falls.
And we saw from Christabel in warm-up, there was triple sacco. We've seen that she could do the double axel, and that's obvious. So the score here, she and her team will have to work hard mentally to support her in the knowledge that whatever comes out here, she has the potential to add, gosh, a couple of double axels and a clean triple sacco, easily 10 points more. And so there's the scope for so much more. And as you keep saying, Ted, this is the learning ground. This is the training arena.
Well, you first learn to skate, then you learn to compete. And learning to compete only can happen in competition, and there's not that many to do. So you're still learning to skate as you're learning to compete, and it gets, you know, this is a learning opportunity right now. I don't think that if she went back out to compete that she'd make the same mistakes because she can do those elements. This is not an issue. Just a little bit nervous. Timing was a little bit off, but she got herself back on track a little bit later in the program.
And at one point, I thought with the mistakes in the axles and the sacco, I thought, oh gosh, this is going to be difficult to watch. And yet she demonstrated good competitive mentality mid or towards the latter stage to kind of reconnect with her brain and body and still be able to pull back in for the double flip, double toe, because she'd popped one flip, I think, already at that stage. So she's, you know,
she thought her way through she thought her way through this program and got herself back on track. And that skill in itself can only be learned in competition. So she doesn't even know that now, but learning how to adapt in the middle of a program and keep yourself together is a skill that requires some practice in competition. That was at here. Christabel Chang, Thailand, 47.10. That's fourth in the free program with a total competition score of 77.49. And that'll put Christabel currently into second place.
This currently brings her in second place.
There is your top 5 skaters so far in the competition.
Representing Singapore.
Our next competitor comes from Singapore, Viana Shenro Ling, 15 years old, first Junior Grand Prix event and international competition, coached by Zhang Mo, choreographed by Zhang Wei. Skating to Love's End.
Viana Shenruling from Singapore, and I love the double axel technique. Love the takeoff
really good
for Viana on that.
Actually,
really
I like
nice.
all the jumps. She gets tidy and strong in the air. The feet are tucked together, straight and strong, rotates very easily. Nice, beautiful extensions of the landings and also in some of the choreography as well. So this was a lovely performance. You can see greeted her coach coming off the ice, big smile on her face. Let's take a look at some of the elements here. Watch how straight and tight right here on the double axel, up in the air, feet together. Beautiful. Nice soft knees on the landing, stretch free leg. A little bit more flow you'd like, but overall really nice. And this was a little over-rotated with the upper body, and the weight was a little bit too far back on the heel. There's the second double axel. Good lift on the takeoff.
It's interesting, Ted, that as we see this, the Lutz combination, that Viana obviously has a really well-rounded approach to her skating. She's acknowledged that the program in her free skate is a love story about the princess and the general, and the dress, the inspiration comes from the Qing Dynasty warrior battle gear in ruby red. And I thought that's, just another aspect of the sport. This dress has a real thought process behind it, and you can see almost now that although it's beautiful and elegant, you can almost imagine the warrior battle aspect of it. And so many facets to the sport.
Yeah, good point. There's a lot of thought that goes into every single detail.
The scores, please. Viana Shenro-Ling from Singapore.
61.98 for Viana. That's first in the free program, and so it should be really a nice program, beautifully delivered. Total competition score 93.22. That'll put Viana currently in the first place. And there's a lot of smiles in the kiss and cry for a job well done.
Next to skate.
Great job.
Representing Latvia, Yerevan.
Our next competitor comes from Latvia, Elizaveta Derashina, 13 years old. Not a lot of experience, but experience to be gained here today. Skating the free program to remember not to
provides the first clean triple jumps of the competition so far. And that triple toe that we saw in the short program yesterday, again, such a confident jump for this young woman.
What a nice, solid program. Just beautifully delivered. Nice triple toe loop right off the top into a single axel double loop combination. Good start to the program, but followed through all the way through. There's the Salchow. Gets the free leg back up into a double toe loop, arm above the head. And here's a little bit of the choreo sequence. A spiral.
I sense, Ted, that this perhaps is the program preference for Elizaveta. She seemed more confident, or maybe it's just that she's got the short program under her belt as we see her step into the second style, which I think is under-rotated.
Yeah, but good knees coming in, good use of the knees, both on the takeoff, on the landing. We'll see here the triple toe loop, down on the knee, straight up, tight in the air. Gets the free leg back. A little bit of a lean, but didn't let that get too far.
And as we see this change of edge in the camel spin, I don't know about you, Ted, but I thought that the knee and ankle use for Elizaveta was at best on jump takeoff. The skating skills, I think, could do with some more knee and ankle use there and pressure to create some better edge set in the transitions, but you can tell that she's worked hard on the takeoffs of the jumps as we see her joined by her.
Very good point. Use of knees on the takeoffs, excellent. Could use more of that in the skating skills throughout the program. Get down on the knees, power out of there, use the rhythm.
I think if that's her coach, Olga Kavalkova, in the Kiss-and-Carry. I remember last year, Ted, on the Junior Grand Prix, she was always so happy in and around the rink, and that's the kind of influence you want for your skater, somebody that's joyfully eager to support their charge.
Yeah, it sure helps. I know you give me a lot of support, Mark, being such a fossil that I am. Your youth helps, that's for sure. Let's take a look at the scores for Elizaveta. 69.58, that's first in the free program, well deserved. High five with the kiss and cry. We'll take a look at the total competition score, 103.53. She takes over the lead. Come and smile, come on, that was great. There it is, a little bit.
Hey.
Working on it. There it is. Great job. Our next competitor comes from Indonesia, Melody Asra Fatima, 14 years old, national junior silver medalist. She'll need a 72.79 to take the lead.
Melody Azri Fatima concludes her performance. And Ted, I actually remember this is one of the skaters in the short program because she just expressed so beautifully. And I don't know what she'll have a job as a show skater for she engages and just oozes performance.
Yeah, you know, it's amazing. I was thinking about the word smile when she skates with that smile. There's the double axel under rotated. It's up in the double toe loop, but it doesn't look fake. Some people smile because they think, you know, it's fake. But for her, it looks like it's pure joy. And that, whether she's forcing it or not, I don't know. I don't care. It just makes her look beautiful skater. I love watching this young woman perform on the ice. Just fantastic. And struggled through some of the elements at the beginning of the program, but got her feet underneath her a little bit later on.
And of course, you know, as we see the double spoiler, there's difficulty that we will see as it progresses, but as a career and a future in the sport in front of an audience, for sure. And I mean, hopefully she'll go on and she'll develop more triple content as well, and we'll see her achieve competitive success too. But I appreciate your work, Melody Azri, and I appreciate the coaching work too.
So do I. And what a beautiful laid-back position that was, as we see us do jump combination near the end of the program. Look at the smile and the joy on her face. And when she came off the ice, you could see too, boy, struggle, yes, still had fun doing it. You can see right here. Yeah, it's interesting. You know, you don't want to tell everybody, oh, just go smile because it's nice. You want it to come from their heart. And I think with this young woman, it's pure. And it's beautiful.
And I read a quote from her before, said that she had to learn more to control her emotions before the program. And you know, that's one of the greatest challenges, is being able to be in the moment of your emotions during the performance. But you can let all the emotion out now.
Absolutely.
The scores, please. Melody Azri Fatima.
Pre-program scores for Melody is 56.58. That's third in the free program. She's throwing kisses back home with an 87.33 for the competition, and that'll put Melody currently into third place overall. She looks like a lot of fun and has a lot of joy in our sport.
Next to skate, representing Thailand.
Our next competitor comes from Thailand. Subitsa Agawabun, 15 years old, second Junior Grand Prix season, 28th last year in Courchevel. Personal best in the free program of 42.27. She'll skate in front of this hometown crowd to the Four Seasons by Vivaldi.
Subisara Atawabun from Thailand, and she seems to have had the reverse of her compatriot Christabel Chang, who had a difficult start and ended well. It was the opposite for Subisara. She started well, staying up on through the triple attempts.
I think
to fade towards the end of the program.
I think the goal for Subisara was to stand up on these triple jumps. They were not all the way around. In fact, there's 4, 5, 6 reviews. The technical panel will be taking a look. Watch the foot there. You can see it landing forward. That'll be a downgrade up into the double axle, but it's achieved into the double toe. But it's an achievement to stand up on that 3-jump series. And here's a look at the triple toe loop. Watch the foot on the landing, and it's forward coming down as well. That's okay. This stage of development is get up, get tight in the air, try to get all the way around, but stay on your feet. She certainly accomplished that through most of the program. This was the Salchow and slid off the edge. That was the one hard fall, but the rest of them kept the feet underneath her. Yes, under rotation, work to do in that area. And there's a look at the change combination spin at the end of the program in at a level 4. Highest level that you can get, so.
If the audience could have been on the calling panel, Ted, I think they would have had every jump clean. They were really backing those landings.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's the job of the technical panel, to watch those details. And although it was a success to stand up on these elements, there's still some work to do on them to get them all the way around. And so the point total might be certainly a little disappointing. She'll feel that, geez, I had a really good program. I stood up on a lot of things, but they were under rotated. We'll see what the scores come up as. 42.27 personal best from last season, and certainly she'll beat that. But good determination skating here at home. And your hometown fans can fuel you, or they can fear you, or you fear them.
Yeah.
And so it can be a positive or negative effect. It all depends on how you handle it, how you use it.
And there seemed, an element of responsibility to deliver for them, and you sensed that when the fall in the Salchow happened, that there was a bit of a deflation from Subisara. She didn't want to disappoint those that were cheering her on so passionately, but all amazing life lessons. And this, you wish that they could embrace this experience. To compete in an International Skating Union Junior Grand Prix in front of a home crowd is, it's something that you would rarely be able to replicate in life, something of such intensity and emotion, and so hopefully she can soak it up now.
You don't know those things until later in life. That's the important part. 54.30, that's 4th in the free program. For total competition score for Subisara, 89.85, and that'll put her currently into 3rd place at the end of group number 2. There is a look at your top 5 skaters so far in the competition. Well, there's going to be a nice resurfacing. We've got some videos for you. Mark, what's on the menu?
So we get another 2 videos of the Mic'd Up series, and the first will be with Bruno Marcotte, the Olympic pairs champion, and then on to Philippa Tyler-Green, who was coaching last year in the Junior Grand Prix as well. Fascinating insight into the thoughts and feelings of the coaches who watch their students rinkside. So great entertainment, and then more great skating to come.
Enjoy. We'll be back right after this.
The life of a coach, drinking coffee. Did he go to the clinic and learn from you how to take?
Yeah.
So now this is your work.
Yeah.
Do you do it every day?
Every session.
Have you been so far? This is your first time here? It's beautiful. You'll see. I want calm in the knees and determined. I want the mindset of a little bit more of skating free. If you are in the moment and feel the music, feel the ankles, it's all about maximize every opportunity. And that's how you train. And like we say, we train like we compete like we train.
Yeah.
So as much as every day at home, I always say, gotta be more like competition. Today, it's gotta be like home. So you gotta visualize that we're in Oakville, and we have our friends with us on the ice. We just do what we train every day.
Yep.
That's what made me think of the time, actually. You know, like even though we skate first, we have more than enough time. So the key is not so much what we do, is to put ourselves in a position where you get to feel good, and get that mindset of strength and confidence. Okay?
Yeah, just taking my time.
This is up. Hey, great job today. Last warm up. That's awesome.
Oh, thank you.
That's the thing with Junior Grand Prix, like the spirit.
I know, right?
Like the skaters are young enough to really. There is expectation, but it's not the same, and
They appreciate each
so much more freedom about really enjoying the moment. Senior is good, but it's more business. You're gonna do it. Look at me. You're gonna do it.
Yeah.
Okay, and it's not about one element, right? I need a program. Okay, perform and stay strong from beginning to end. Okay, mental toughness. Let's go.
Yeah.
Come on. Attack. Come on, let's go. C'est une combine niaiseux puis qui est payante. Come on, let's go! Lève la jambe, lève la jambe. Stay strong, and that's what I wanted.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah.
Come here. Okay? Good. Great twist.
Yeah, this went really good.
Yeah, twist was good. We're gonna go home and we're just gonna make it better.
Yeah.
Okay? And we're just gonna keep working on that confidence and it will be fine. But the key, what I ask you is to stay in the moment, and you did. Amy, Zoe. Come on. I was expecting more like 89 today, 88, to be honest. If I compare to last competition, but we lose like at the end, the pair spin. The speed at the end was not as good.
Okay.
Tu comprends ce que je veux dire?
Yeah.
Okay, let's look at our levels. One.
No.
It's already there.
One.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think there was a lot of expectation coming here. Like, I mean, the ultimate goal was to make the final, and Chloe's Italian, and all her family are very Italian. They still have a lot of family in Italy. So the final being in Torino, that's something that meant a lot to Chloe. After the one mistake, they both came back strong, and they held it together. And sometimes, like, when you have the ability to hold it together, it says a lot about an athlete. So I'm extremely proud of them. And now we're just, you know, as a coach, I always say that, you know, you watch a competition, you go back home and you make them better. You work hard. It's been a challenging year with some ankle injury, but hopefully we can put this behind us and move forward.
Yep. Thank you, Bruno.
All right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Hey, you're here, you're at your first Junior Grand Prix, so happy. And what's the main thing? Enjoy it. Enjoy it, yeah. All you got to do, okay? You've got nothing to prove.
Yeah.
All right? You were dreaming of this last year, okay? And now you're here, so just go out and enjoy every single moment you're out there, okay? Yes. Yeah? You've worked so hard, so keep moving, yeah? Just try and keep moving. Just enjoy every single moment you're out there. Oh! Do this. Okay. Don't rush when you're out there, okay? Everything we've done in practice, that's all you've got to do. This is the best part. You just need to, like I keep saying, enjoy it, okay? Lucky mascot. Please come to every competition. Jump, 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 jump. Go for it. Just make sure, like we were talking about this morning on practice, just that bit after the pull through with the leg extension, make sure you're bringing your legs up at the same time, okay? Yeah? And don't rush, yeah? Twizzles. Twizzles, yeah. How you feeling? Good. Perfect, okay? If you skate like that, okay? Yeah. Enjoy it. Do you want to just do one more thing? We've got time. Do whatever you feel you need to. Amazing, okay? How many times will you run through this program? Yeah. Okay. Enjoy, enjoy, enjoy. Okay, you've worked so hard, like I keep saying, okay? You've done the program 1,000 times. Well, feels like 1,000 times, okay? Don't hurt yourself now. Here, I've got your guards. Oh, we forgot Hedwig. You did it. Karen, all that hard work's paid off, hasn't it? Whatever happens, I couldn't have asked any more from you guys, okay? Hey everyone! Diane, Candy, hello. Matthew, Daniel, Phoebe. Oh my God! Why are you getting upset? Look at that! Oh, you're making me cry. See, it's Hedwig. I can't believe it. So happy. And that wasn't your normal either. Oh, I'm so proud of you guys. You just don't know how much I am. They're crazy.
From France, Nina Dapolny. From Uzbekistan, Barbara Markova. From Malaysia, Catherine Ongpui Kwan. From Hong Kong, Chloe Desiree Lung. And from Germany, Anna Elizabeth Gerkel.
Welcome back to
They're
Bangkok and day one. Sorry,
You beat me
there,
to it,
Mark.
Ted. You beat me to it.
Well, you know, you're 8,000 kilometers away and we step on each other once in a while. It's hard to know when you're going to speak and I'm going to speak. We're back with group number 3. Okay, go ahead, Mark.
Will improve. Our telepathy will improve as the series goes on, I'm sure. I'm just going to acknowledge there, Ted, that there's just 2 points that separate the 5 competitors in this group. So if we think that a double flip is worth 1.8 points, it's just one jump or so that can make a big difference in the standings after this free skate.
Yeah, no question. A lot of movement can happen here. And, you know, it's difficult to know which skaters are focused on, I need to be in this place or I need this many points, or in which skaters are focused on, I just want to make sure I get that new jump in the program. Like what the focus and goal is for each individual skater changes. It depends on what the coach and the skaters have determined as a sort of a win for them.
And then that in turn can sometimes be dependent upon the skating nation and the federation that they're coming from. So we have a German skater, a skater from Hong Kong, Uzbek, a French skater. So, and their relevant skating nations can have different requirements for them if they were able to compete again or compete on the Junior World Championships and be selected for their nation to represent the country there. So many factors at play, and so many skaters at home watching. As we see the German skater on our screen now, there will be other German skaters that will be watching the stream and hopefully cheering and supporting, and some conscious that the results of their compatriots will dictate a little bit of their fate to some extent.
That's true. You know, and when you first enter the sport, you're just skating because you love it and it's a lot of fun, and then you get into something like this and different factors, federations, clubs, coaches, your parents as well become that bigger group, if you will, and it depends on if the coach does a really good job of keeping the skater focused on the pure joy of skating. They can tend to not eliminate, but to more or less ignore all the external factors. But the higher you get, the more there is, the harder it is. Keep that out of sight, out of mind, as you focus on your job.
Yeah, and often we get a sense for the focus when we see the skaters leave the ice and into the kiss and cry, and you can get more of a sense of what the primary objectives are based upon their reaction to a performance. Now, well, I suppose you only really see the reaction to that if it's not been the optimal skate. Everybody's joyful when it goes well.
Yeah.
It's interesting to see how skaters react when it's not been so good.
And I always say that, you know, to skaters that, look, the bad days are the only days you really learn. The good days are the days that you enjoy. The bad days you don't enjoy, but you learn. So, you know, there's always something positive you gained out of both days. You know, fun, yahoo, I did a great job. Or, you know, that was tough, but I'm not going to let that happen again. And so you've learned something.
And all too often in this sport, you know, it's such a demanding sport physically and emotionally. You know, the good days aren't always the easiest to come by, but they fuel the motivation to keep pushing often.
Well, that's why they bring so much joy, because they're so hard. To skate a clean program, it's so elusive, and you have to, you know, no matter how good you are in practice, to put it into competition. We see a big fan with waving 4 flags. You know, to put it in competition is so difficult, and when you get it done, it's such a great feeling of satisfaction. You chase it again.
And I kind of feel, Ted, that as we look toward the later groups, in the women's discipline at the moment, a clean program is now a necessity. I think moving forward, you know, for the Junior World title or to vie for the Junior Grand Prix final, then 2 triple triples and a clean skate is kind of a mandatory prerequisite as we see support from competitor to competitor.
Yeah, no question. If you're going to make the Junior Grand Prix final, you're not going to skate both Junior Grand Prix with 2 or 3 mistakes. It's just not going to happen. There's too many good skaters around, and so you've got to be a good skater yourself and skate clean in these Junior Grand Prix to really cement an opportunity to go to the final.
There's 1 minute left in this moment.
Do you have a couple of skaters in the group later on attempting triple axels? So the planned
Yes.
program content does include a couple of triple axels.
I
which we'll
saw-
see, and you were
Yeah, I saw
you
that
saw them.
a little earlier today, and it was really interesting. The leader, of course, I mean, Nakai of Japan was really struggling with that triple axel. I just saw one get done after about 9 attempts. Didn't have a great practice session at all until her music turned on. Then she did, and started to deliver then. And that's the sign of a real competitor. But we'll see what happens a little bit later. And of course, a Korean skater as well at the triple axel. So some interesting skating yet to come. Great to see the friends, teammates, and colleagues cheering their friends on in this competition. As we talked about, that so important to have a team experience.
Your warm-up time has ended. Please leave the ice.
Of course, the phones get in the way. They're good. Where the focus is. Okay, let's get going here on the third group.
Ladies and gentlemen, representing France, Nina Depoigny.
The next competitor comes from France. Ninon Depoigny, 15 years old, first Junior Grand Prix season, fourth at the Talent Cup in 2023. She needs 61.15 to take the lead. Will skate the free program to the Storm by Havas.
You can see the drop of the hands for Ninon Dapogny from France, indication that was a frustrating skate, but this is a skater who, at the end of March, had her foot in a boot and a cast because of a pretty serious injury, so somebody that's not long back on track, and despite the mistakes, you can still see the quality, Ted, and the difficulty that she has the potential to offer.
Yeah, she does. There's no question for these athletes that they get frustrated because they don't know. They're still pretty young. The time it takes to recover from such an injury to get back to peak form. They may be able to do the elements in practice. There's the triple Lutz, a little bit on lean forward, but gets up into the double toe loop. That's a step out, but pretty good start. Here's the triple flip, big lean. 2 feet have to go down. She has to take the fall on that. There's the Salchow, pretty straight in the air, not too bad. Gets the free leg back, comes around the corner, up into the double axel, and then up into the double toe loop. So you want those 3 jumps to flow across the ice, not go around in a tight circle. It's not going to give a very good quality score, the GOE, if you will. There's the double axel, interesting forward entry.
And Ninon was the highest ranked skater in this group after the short program, but as I said in the warm-up, just a couple of points separates her from those that are below her, nipping at her heels. But for me, I think this Ninon is definitely a skater who will be vying to push for top 10 placements at Junior Grand Prix. She's got the difficulty with the obvious triple loops at the start, much more difficult than anything we've seen so far. But I think each passing week for an athlete that's had such an injury will be so valuable in terms of improvements and progress.
Yeah, she's a strong skater. She's a strong athlete, no question of that. Just lost some mileage, time on the ice, so it's just going to take her a little while to get back. Of course, young people are impatient. even old fossils like me get impatient from time to time. But you're a little wiser, so you realize, don't get impatient. Come on.
No, it's not going to help.
No, but when you're young, it's kind of an asset too. It kind of pushes you forward.
Absolutely, blessing and a curse. Frustrating, but it's what helps to. That's the kind of athlete that's going to push himself to the limits and achieve things that others might not. Nino had her choreography done by Kevin Amos, and it's not often that you would get a skater who's still competing, Kevin, who was so brilliant inside time at the World Championships to finish in the top 5 there. Well, he's taken the time out of his training to choreograph for his compatriot.
And I think when his career is done, he's going to be one of the great choreographers. And it's just whether or not the skater he's working with would be able to do the, defying, tricks and skills that he has.
The versatility in body movement.
Oh, gravity-defying elements. Just amazing what that young man can do. But I think his mind is so creative and innovative that he's going to be a great asset to the world of skating, not as a skater only, but as a choreographer as well.
Too true, and great that he's inspiring this next generation already before he's left the competitive arena.
Yes, the scores for Ninon is 66 points for the free program. That's second so far with a total competition score of 108.39. And that'll put Ninon currently in the first place. Our next competitor comes from Uzbekistan, just 13 years old, Varvara Korakova. First Junior Grand Prix event and international competition. Skating the free program to Club to Death by Rob Dugan.
Varvara Korokova from Uzbekistan. This a woman, Ted, who is an accomplished pianist. She's won the Tashkent Music Competition. She's won Golden Classical Music Awards, and she's 13 years of age. It's amazing that she's able to then do that and deliver a triple loop that just looks so easy.
Yeah, has some really wonderful jump technique in regard to the takeoff. The landing positions are a little bit weak, and the head is down quite a bit. There's the double, the triple into a double axle sequence. Here's a triple loop. That was nice and straight in the air. Whirler, double flip, hand above the head. So very strong, stable. One of the elements, that triple loop, was on a lean a little bit and looked great in the air, but just slipped off the edge. Double axle, the head is down a little bit as well. So it's some work to do on posture and positioning, but from an athletic perspective, the takeoff's good technique. This counts.
It's really interesting for us as we watch the choreo sequence. We can see behind what's delivered and almost sense what the focus and priority has been on in training. There's a really good rotational position, tight ankles, clean feet, but you can see here just the body alignment in that closing position suggests that there isn't as great a focus on the aesthetic style. But that's, you know, different coaches, different students take different approaches, and never enough, is it?
That's going to come in time. That's not a problem with that. It's just the focus right now is on the elements. Take a look at the score, 73.95 for Varvara. That'll put her in first place in the free program with a total competition score 115.49. She's in first place overall at this point in the competition. Lots of skill, lots of work still yet to do.
Next to skate, representing Malaysia, Catherine Ong Kui Kwan.
Catherine, 17 years old, third Junior Grand Prix season, 36th place last year at the Junior World Championships. Had a good short program, improved a lot this season, 66.35 personal best, but that was back in 2019, so I expect we'll see a much bigger score. Skating to victory by two steps.
It was a challenging skate for Catherine Ong Pukan, the Malaysian athlete. And yesterday in the short program, the delight that she showed following her skate was wondrous to see. And I think now, Ted, I noticed on her social media she posted her triple loops in practice here, and she landed that in the short program. And I suspect that, as we've discussed, different skaters have different objectives, and that may have been a big factor for Catherine coming to this event. And obviously, with it starting badly here with the loops to start the free skate, and paved the way for
I've watched her in the practice sessions. She's a really good skater. She did not skate well today. There's no question of that, but she's a good skater. There's a double flip, double toe. Don't have a lot of the elements. I don't like to show certainly all the falls. And here's the triple flip, good in the air, but feet got stuck and couldn't get that free leg out. And double sow, double toe a little bit later. But this is a very strong skater who is off her game here and just couldn't find her way back to balance on the jumps. Should be disappointed with that, but certainly the skill is there, the practice is there. Transferring that into competition is always the challenge.
Absolutely, and even with the three falls, the component scores are higher than that which we've seen already, which is an indication that it would have been even higher, the judges deeming the skating skills the highest that we've seen of all the competitors, even with those mistakes. And she spent some time in the summer working with Team RAF and Rafael Aratunian's team, and she's obviously very well educated and knows what's necessary, so that's why you can see that element of deflation in the kiss and cry.
Yeah, she knows how good she is and wants to show that to people. And when that doesn't materialize at the moment, you know, obviously any skater's going to come off the ice and go, wow, that's way less than what I can do, and I want to show people. But that's just part of the process. It's a never, it never ends in chasing that perfect program. That's why a skater's career is long. It's 10, 15, sometimes 20 years.
And when we look at the personal best score for Catherine, it could be similar from that 3 years ago, but I'm sure she's trying much more difficult elements now.
Yeah, 66.13 for Catherine. That's third in the free program with a total competition score of 105.26, and that will put Catherine currently into third place. Our next competitor comes from Hong Kong, Chloe Desiree Leon, 15 years old, second Junior Grand Prix season, silver medalist at Nationals 2 years ago, 60.37 personal best, coached by Brian Chan. Skating the free program here to Takata and Fugue by Bach.
Chloe Desiree Leung from Hong Kong started with 2 strong triple lutzes, and this is a skater who has competed numerous times already this season, and for so many, this is the first event of their year. And yet Chloe obviously on a campaign to do well this year.
And you'll see a lot of movement. We'll go through this a little bit in slower motion on these takeoffs. Watch right here. Big movement with that free leg up in the air. Gets straight up. Gets around into the double axel. There are a lot of reviews, but that triple lutz was given as clean. Here's another triple lutz there. Look how forward he is. The free leg back, but gets all the way around. Gets the free leg back. So good strength. Needs a lot more flow in and through and on the landing of these jumps. A little slow, but that's being really picky. Here's the triple flip. Didn't work as well. Didn't get the free leg back and gets stuck. Has to take the fall on that. Then right into the little hop at the end. There's triple Osaka a little bit later in the program. You can see getting a little bit tired now, and so the legs are a little bit looser in the air. And there was a under rotations and a downgrade on the triple loop. There's triple Osaka later. That didn't get all the way around. That's downgraded as well. A nice spin right near the end of the program here. Back inside, forward, outside, change of edge there. She's a physical skater. She uses a lot of the upper body and reaches for those jumps, launches herself into the air. And I know that in time she'll be more efficient and have to use a little less energy. Great technique is physically easier than this, you know, the great skaters are not necessarily the strongest skaters, or great jumpers, pardon me, not necessarily the physically strongest. They just have the best technique.
The streamlined and efficient technique. And it's interesting though that confirmation that some skaters gravitate to some jumps more than others. Both triple lutzes were landed, whereas the triple Sakos were both short of rotation. So it's the conventional route to go from Sako to loop, loop, flip, and then lutz is not necessarily always the case for all the skaters, especially now. And there's a base value that gives you more points for the harder ones.
That's right. You find out what works best for your body and your timing at that stage of your development. Let's take a look at the scores for Chloe. 78.18. That's first in the free program. Total competition score for Chloe Desiree Leung, 117.90. And that'll put her currently into first place overall. Our next competitor comes from Germany, 16-year-old Anna Elisabeth Greco. First Junior Grand Prix event, bronze medalist at the Junior Nationals, the Junior German National Championships. She's 19th after the short program.
an amazing sit-behind feature at the end of the combination spin. And this, I think, Ted, a program which has the potential to be something really unique, special, and something we will really appreciate. But unfortunately, when it's governed by mistakes on the jumps, it's harder to appreciate some of the unique movement style. But underneath that lies a quality skater.
Yeah, no question. As I was watching that skate, this was not a great performance for her, no question. But she's a really good skater. She's got a wonderful posture throughout the program, great use of arms as well. A good jumper, didn't jump well today. As we take a look, the triple flip, or double flip at the top of the program. Look at the back on the landing. Good stretch in the free leg as well. And here's the triple toe loop, Euler, double Salchow. So it's there. It did not all materialize in this program. Double axel, a little bit on a lean, has to step out. But just small errors throughout this program. But knowing skating as we do, that was a nice triple sow double toe. You can see the skill that she has. And a nice flying sit spin a little bit later in the program, Mark.
Yeah, just the way in which Anna Elizabeth holds her body, her back, the awareness of her free leg point and turnout suggests that there's been a lot of work done either by good fundamental basic skills coaching or ballet tutelage, but behind the mistakes we can see a body alignment that developed neural pathways with her body to forge a great stylistic approach. But there's such a mental aspect. This was amazing.
But having coached
really
for over 30 years myself on the Junior Grand Prix, I quite often give a list of say, okay, I'd like to coach that athlete because you can see the goal, you can see the abilities, and you like to work with that. And I see that in Anna. I think she's got some wonderful skills. I'll be a little bit depressed with the score, of course, 76.49, because she has much more ability than that. But that will come in time and experience. 116.68 for the competition for Anna Elizabeth Gekol of Germany. And that'll put her currently overall into second place. It's hard sometimes. You can't have that in life. You can't know the abilities you have because you're measuring just day by day or hour by hour. But when you're older, you start to see the skills that these young people have, and it's only a matter of time before they discover it themselves. As we take a look at the standings so far in the women's free program.
From China,
it's a challenge because obviously we have a lot of skaters. There's only going to be one winner, and so often, when you take an event of 30 plus skaters, how many feel satisfied at the end of the skate? And it's that which makes them elite humans that push themselves in the competitive arena, as we see the starting order for warm-up group 4. But as we've said before, double-edged sword, because that pushes you and that frustrates you in equal measure.
I have to say, I think in junior, Mark, that you can be very satisfied with your skate or with your experience here without having the numbers. Because that's the spot that you are in the journey. Now, when we get to the final group, no, not necessarily true, because those skaters are going for that top 3 spots and to qualify. So it's a bit of a different goal for them. But the skaters in these groups, they may not have skated like they wanted to skate, but some of them are very happy with the performances, and they may not have the numbers, but that's okay. It's just part of the process. We've seen some people come off the ice totally thrilled with their skate, and yet they might be in 18th place. So,
and then you see like the skater on our screen there, change skater now, but that is a skater who looked so invested in even the makeup, the hair, the costume, and they may be a type of athlete who's just out there for self-expression, and that's kind of cool to see too.
Yeah, boy, I was never invested in the outfits, that's for sure. When I skated, I was going, I have to really wear that. My mom made my outfits. So always bad news when mom makes the outfit.
Mine were shot
at least in my
off the rail from high school.
Okay.
Mine were like shot bought as cheap as chips, as save as much money as you possibly can.
I wish mine were shot bought, because they probably would have fit better. Good audience here again. Mark, it's been full throughout the competition. It's great to see people not only come here, but stay here throughout the event. So that's nice to see. Of course, our team members are there, but also a great number from the public getting to witness a sport that is not common, not often seen here in Thailand. And I believe this sport will just continue to grow at a rapid pace here, particularly with a facility like this.
Yeah, you really sense that the rink and the infrastructure, everybody's really backing it. They had the Asian Open last week. They've had the Thailand Open in this venue not long before that. And so obviously there's a really great community here that is ready to push and support the sport forward. And we've got one more Thai skater yet to go in this women's event too, which is exciting to look forward to.
No question. Now there's some really wonderful people that are committed to the development, not just of figure skating, but of short track as well, and of ice hockey in this facility, and curling. So lots going on in this ice rink, and I think as the community starts to grow, they'll need, and there is another rink here in Bangkok, mostly hockey, I believe, but I think that you'll see more facilities start to be developed as time goes on, as the sport begins to explode, and great numbers wanting to learn to skate.
And it's interesting if you look like over a longer span, over the last sort of century of figure skating, where the popularity in the sport peaks and troughs in different areas. And we see now, Japan is such a hotbed for amazing skating talent and popularity, but that wasn't necessarily always the case. It's been hugely popular in the States, but maybe not as much now. So it's interesting.
No, in my era, Japanese, they skated, but it was not as popular, wasn't really well known. The skaters were still sort of figuring it out. And you never really considered at that time, we're talking decades and decades ago, this serious competition coming from Japan. But it took, the development of the sport, more ice rinks being built, more people getting involved, and more success to make a movement. And they certainly have that movement now, there's no question.
Good to see the ice dancers who competed earlier today here to support their teammates. And Korea now, as we watch the women's event, Korea is now one of the strongest skating nations in women's skating, and that again, thanks probably to Kim, I'm sure, the Olympic champion. But you wonder then, how will perhaps figure skating in Thailand develop over the next 2 decades? Who knows?
I know, and that's what I'm so excited to watch, because Korea was nowhere. They're somewhere now. Same thing with Japan. Canada, the United States, they were the dominant, at least North American countries, but there's more competition out there now, and that's just good for the sport. And the Middle East being developed as well, and so lots of interest, lots of stories to come as we see the flags from the South African delegation being waved. Next skater up, Ella Hawks from the Republic of South Africa. And now they see the video board, now they're on it. We're going to get some reactions here.
Fun to see, and that was great last year. I'm sure as the Junior Grand Prix series continues over the next 6 events, we'll see the battle for primary cheer team.
Yeah, as long as we get the camera on them, they'll start to dress up and dance around. Okay, here we go. Mark, group number 4. There'll be an ice resurfacing after this group, and 2 final groups yet to come.
This mother-daughter team here. Final words of wisdom from mother and coach.
Well, 15-year-old Ella Hawks from the Republic of South Africa, second Junior Grand Prix season. 66.13 personal best, earning that in yet Neumark last year on the Junior Grand Prix. And that costume is because of the music, skating to Avatar.
And the Hawks from South Africa. And earlier today, we saw one of the first South African ice dance teams, and I remarked on some of the unique choreographic movement choices in that program, and the choreographer responsible for that. The same here, Barbie Hawks, the mother of Ella, who will greet her as she comes off the ice.
I really like what they try to do with this theme of Avatar. And love the sliding move. I didn't get that of the replays, unfortunately.
Wasn't it good?
Oh,
It was great.
Really good sliding moves. And love the theme, costume, everything. Here's the triple toe loop, hands above the head, rotated really quickly up into the order and the double flip. So good start to the program.
Love
Here's
this
the triple sound.
check
Very
and the
patient.
mohawk for the sound.
Very patient. Get that free leg around, and has to step out of that. Comes back down the ice. Another one. Look how long she waits to get the free leg up. And has to do a 3-turn, but a little bit better on that second attempt. Nice double Lutz a little bit later in the program, right into this change combination spin.
And to me, Ted, although not the same technical difficulty, obviously just triple saltos and toes, I like the takeoff techniques. I like the length of each of the takeoffs, showing great ice coverage, and I think really well taught, good foundation. And perhaps when it's your mother who's your coach, you're going to be all the more pernickety and picky on a quality fundamental movement.
Pernickety? What was that word?
Pernickety? Is that a Scottish word? I don't know. I'll need to find out.
But I understood. Picky, man. Yeah.
Picky, that's the one. An interview with her mother, Barbie Hawks, who said they come from a long line of figure skaters in the family. Her father, one of the first figure skaters in South Africa as well. So,
wow.
Family affair.
Ella Hawks, 69.29. That's fifth in the free program with a total competition score of 113.44, and that'll put Ella currently into fourth place.
Currently puts her in the fourth place. Next to skate, representing the Philippines, Sophia Alexi Jacqueline Frank.
Our next competitor comes from the Philippines, Sophia Alexi Jacqueline Frank, 17 years old, 16th after the short program. A lot of experience. 41st at the World Junior Championship. Didn't have a good season last year, had a good short program here yesterday. We'll skate to One Day I Fly Away from Moulin Rouge.
Sophia, Lexi, Jacqueline, Frank from the Philippines, another skater who competed here at the Asian Open Trophy last week. She competed in the senior
Sophia
competition
Lexi
last week,
Jacqueline
doubling up
Frank
both
from
as
the
a junior and a
Philippines.
senior.
Getting good
You can see
experience.
she
just
has
in-
some of the technical content.
Yeah, and you know, she has a special presence on the ice. I think, you know, there are times that she just lights up the rink and then she focuses back on the elements, and she's got good jump technique as well. Doesn't always work. There's that triple Lutz at the top of the program. Good speed going in, has to step out. And that's followed up here by the triple loop, and that was nicely done. Look at the stretch, free leg, nice soft knees on the landing. So certainly the technique is there. To look at the choreo sequence.
Sophia's using the same program as she used last year, that really tactical decision, focusing perhaps on increasing technical difficulty as well. Just a new short program this year, nice change of edge in the spread eagle within the choreo.
A little bit later in the program, triple toe loop on a lean, and just cannot get that free leg back quick enough to stabilize it. Landing and the line sit spin at the end of the program. That comes into level 4, so getting all the features, but it's a minus 0.13 for the quality. So you gain on one end of the difficulty and you lose on the end for quality.
And there, Damon Allen, her coach, world junior bronze medalist himself. And really nice to see Sophia on her social media. Ted, she thanks her parents profusely for their support. And interestingly, her mom was Miss Philippines in 1990, so
Wow.
yeah,
Nice to have
stat for you.
your daughter thanking you for and recognizing all the commitment.
No doubt about it. Training at the World Arena in Colorado Springs, high altitude, intense environment, creating elite athletes, and the parents' commitment to that will be seismic.
Sophia Lexi Jacqueline
Program scores
Frank
for
from the
Sophia Lexi
Philippines has
Jacqueline
earned an
Frank
increase in
70.21. That is 4th at the free program with a total competition score of 113.06. And that'll put Sophia currently into 5th
This
place.
currently puts her in 5th place.
There is a look at your top 5 skaters in the competition so far.
Representing Chinese Taipei.
Our next competitor comes from Chinese Taipei, 14-year-old Hu Feng Tsai, first junior Grand Prix event, won the Thailand Open here in Bangkok. Will skate. Famous piece of music by John Williams, used in this sport a lot, but it never gets old. The Schindler's List. Well, Mark, that was something special. We were both a little silent right at the end of that. That was stunning.
Yeah.
That was beautiful, and not just because the jumps were executed throughout this program. It's the detail, the nuance, and the attention to quality in the transitions. It was just simply beautiful.
Yeah, and the emotional investment as well as we look at the opening loops. She won the Asian Open here last week. She's won in this arena twice before, as we see double axel. Gorgeous landing position on the back of that. So she's comfortable in the venue. Just the rotational issues last week with some of the landing. We'll see on this flip. Maybe get a quarter rotation. Axel was okay though in regards to the rotation, but as you say, Ted, it's more than just jumps with this young woman.
Yeah, that one was all the way around, and there will be some under rotations, no question, as we see the scores coming in. But you know what, a beautiful all-round skater, captivating. The music is, and so is the performer, and she was on her game. Like, even though there's some under rotations, that'll still continue to be developed. But look at the choreo sequence here and the extension of the arms and the use of the head and caring about each element, about each movement.
I love the butterfly as a transition instead of the element. And what I was struck with is knowing, just that little toe step extension is glorious. Knowing that she competed, amazing wheeling position. Knowing that she competed here last week outside of her normal training environment, she will not have had the chance to do the same training that she'd be used to or the run-throughs. So she must have come to Bangkok for the two events back-to-back very well trained to, at the end of that time, still skate cleanly.
Yeah, that was fun to watch. And she's got something special, and I'm sure that she will continue to grow and mature and develop as a skater and a performer. We'll see something very special. I love it. I don't care. I love the juniors because you see these gems, these diamonds in there. In some cases in the rough, not this one. She's already polished. Here are the scores for Yufeng. Say 104.62. It's a good score. That's first in the free program with a total competition score of 155.71, and I don't think that smile can get any bigger. That's huge. Well deserved, but she takes the lead.
Next to skate, representing China.
Our next competitor comes from China, 13-year-old Ruotang Li. 15th after the short program, coached and choreographed by Tong Wu. Needs 112.13 to take the lead. Will skate the free to the Sleeping Beauty.
Well, Ted, you had acknowledged that for a couple of seasons we didn't see Chinese skaters on the circuit, but although there were mistakes here for Ru Tongli from China, I think Chinese women's figure skating is looking very, very strong, very competitive, because she is another great talent.
Yeah, I watched her today in the practice session, and she was delightful. Had some struggles to cover the elements, but she knows, look at the elegance in which she starts the program with. She's patient with it, wonderful choreography. She understands what the program is about. There's the triple lutz off the top, slow with the free leg, but gets it back into the double toe loop. You know, we'll need, as she gets a little stronger, we'll carry a little bit more speed. You can see pretty stiff landing, doesn't really bend the knee on the landing to run that edge with more momentum, but that's just early on in her development. She's, what did I say, 13 years old, so lots of time yet to come, and so good at this stage of the game. There's a fall, 2 falls actually later in the program, but she comes back with this, near the end, this triple toe loop, double toe loop combination. So work to do on momentum throughout the jumps, but she's going to be interesting to watch as she continues to develop.
It's interesting with this resurgence of Chinese women's skating. Zhang Yian, 6th at Junior Worlds in March, and obviously now another up-and-coming Chinese young skater. I was researching, and there was a School of Aerospace Engineering Beijing Institute of Technology which did a study on the principles of mechanics and jump action of figure skating. And it just shows you that there's time, energy, money in China going into the next generation of figure skaters. And we've seen massive success in the pairs discipline in China. And now potentially this is the next Olympic cycle where we'll see, or next couple of Olympic cycles where we'll see Chinese women's figure skating return to the likes of Lu Chen, who was a champion in the 90s.
Yeah.
Not only, to me, what's impressive is when you're seeing a skater who can manage the triple lutz combination, but also with an awareness of body alignment, class, finesse, musicality. You know, there's a really wide scope of tuition and information being given to this young athlete, and I'd love to know how much time and energy is devoted to her training on and off the ice to create that style.
Well, you can see her coach ask you to sit up, stand up straight. You see that? Like, I had that. Jesus, my mother was doing that to all my life. I thought, oh, I am sitting up straight. No, I wasn't.
Yeah, and maybe it's that kind of approach that's necessary to create these quality of athletes constantly on their back.
Absolutely.
Ru Tongli from China has earned a race
83.71 for Tang Li from China. That's second in the free program with a 127.30 total score for the competition. That'll put her currently overall into second place. Lots of talent, bright future. Fun to watch as she will continue on the Junior Grand Prix for several years yet to come.
representing Australia.
Our next competitor comes from Australia. Hannah Bath, 13 years old, first Junior Grand Prix event, junior champion of Australia. We saw some great skating from her yesterday in the practice and in the short program. Bags of talent. She'll need a 105.71 to take the lead.
Australia's Hannah Bath concludes her free skate, and fascinating story, Ted, of a young woman who has only ever been taught by the same coaches from Tiny Tots class to now.
How nice is that? And what an athlete. What an incredible athlete. What's happening down under there? We've got Yen Hao Lee from New Zealand in 4th place in the men's, and Hannah Bath on display here with some wonderful skills. There's a triple axel attempt, good lift, not tight enough in the air. It needs just some time and mileage on that element. Look at the triple lat straight up, and decides, no, I'm not putting the pick in for the double toe. I'll do that later. Here's the change combination, and watch the change of foot. She's going to change direction as well and spin the other direction right here. That is hard to do. It's like riding with your right hand and then switching to the left and making it equal. Not easy. Another triple lutz later in the program. Great lift up into the double toe loop. Still some refinement, stretch, you know, free leg, pointed toes, things like that. Triple loop. Wow, was that ever nice up into the double axel.
It looks like the loop and the lutz, she could quad. There's hang time in the air after the 3rd rotation.
Absolutely. And, you know, she's just 13. Think about that. This is going to be a lot of fun watching this young woman continue to explore her abilities in her future. Wow.
So her coach, Evgeny Boronov, who coaches her alongside his wife Maria in Perth, he showed me videos of her landing triple axels last year. So, you know, they are aware of what's necessary to scale to the top of the rankings. And Evgeny, indeed, he's an ISU tech spec, so he's used to seeing some of the best in the world and wants Australian skaters to be that way.
Well, that was fun. And you can see it waiting for that score, but this young woman loves to be in the air. She loves that flight, that excitement of the liftoff and the landing and the speed, the acceleration throughout that program, the aggressiveness. She keeps that under control. Sky's the limit for this young woman, Hannah Bath from Australia. 90.36, that's second in the free program, with a total competition score of 140.37. And that'll put Hannah currently into 2nd place overall. She's maybe a little disappointed because she's driven. There's no question of that as we take a look at the leaderboard. But she has lots of time yet to come, lots to learn. And a very, very bright future. Okay, Mark, we're going to take a break during the ice resurfacing. What's on the menu for the videos?
So more of the mic'd up series, the results as it stands, and we'll return to the competition following the video of Tammy Gamble, an American coach, and her, she's watching her students. Then again to the promotion of the World Figure Skating Championships in Montreal next year. And finally to Adam Sawyer, one of the choreographic stars on the circuit. This is the 3rd video in the resurface break. So good entertainment to come, and then more great skating following it.
Enjoy. We'll be back.
Skate with confidence, right? Nice and calm, controlled, confident, right? Stay down on those knees, right? Big skating, keep your face up, right? So for now, there are going to be 6 in each group. So there'll be 6 in your group, 2 in your third. Okay? Out, in, out. Stretch. Stretch up. Good. Keep your back straight as you're pulling right up into it. The shoulder, right? Keep that shoulder out. Really good. Good job. surface, they're going to start right on time, right? So that you know they're going to start at 27 after. 6 more minutes. Do a little bit more stretching before we go down, right? Bend your knees and breathe, right? Big strokes, right? Nice big strong strokes, right? Go. A little harder. Big, deep in your nose. Now, in your nose. Knees up, knees up. There you go. Get the feel of that ice and skate. Don't overthink it. Just bend your knees and get up and into it, right? Woo! Got a girl, Henri. Hey, that was nice. You had fun on your first Grand Prix, Junior Grand Prix, huh? That looked great, Henri. You want to do it again? Yay. Nice. It's good. Good job. It was nice. It was a good job. I'm so proud of you.
We are here to celebrate the first inaugural World Ice Skating Day. And World Ice Skating Day is a single day specifically to celebrate the fun and the joy of ice skating across the globe. Lots of fun, lots of smiles, and a great way to celebrate this first day of World Ice Skating.
Go for it.
ritual of getting the water and the tissues. Good focus.
Silver medalist Lona Hendricks from Belgium. What a great year she had last season. 8th at the Olympic Games, 2nd of the Worlds, 4th at the European Championship.
Come on. Yes. Yeah. Okay. And breathe. Yeah. Okay. Hop. Subsequence 3. I find that she's holding back the movement. She went for it, so it was nice that she did not give up after the mistakes. No, and I'm afraid that for the second bracket, after they took this, it's not running. No. Okay. Back to work. Back to work.
The following skaters will now take the ice for a 6-minute warm-up.
Welcome back to Bangkok on day 2 of competition. We take a look at the current standings in the women's free program. That's a good
Representing Thailand,
skate so far, Mark. I'm looking for more to come with 2 groups.
Yeah, and exciting to see new skaters on the scene and skaters that we can look forward to enjoying over the next few years, given the ages that they're at and the opportunity for us to continue enjoying that on the junior circuit as well.
Yeah, and it's so exciting to see good skating coming from a variety of different countries. So it's going to be more interesting, particularly on the juniors, as we see some fine performances even in the early groups.
I mean, there's no doubt about it that there are coaches that understand how to create quality skaters, and that's why we see some coaches consistently at the barrier come big championship events. But you wonder, Ted, if because globally and culturally everybody's on their phones, if that opens up the education in the world of skating. Well, the inside axle.
Oh, absolutely, for sure, because they're watching the live stream and they never had that before. They can see what the standard is on their, I think your point was?
Yeah, well, I suppose then we're seeing at the moment from Taipei, an Australian, Chinese skater, Hong Kong skater, top 4 at this stage. And certainly we don't see those skating nations. I suppose China, of course, we have seen as a strong skating nation, particularly in other disciplines. But it'd be just so exciting to see if the flags at the side of the podium would change over the next coming decades.
Yeah, exactly. And as we take a look at what we're seeing here today and even last year as well, that's beginning to change, because a nation doesn't need 200,000 skaters to make one good one. And so in our country, we have 200,000 members in our association in Canada, but it doesn't guarantee you. It gives you a good pool for sure, but with that very successful organization, there's also challenges for high performance. So you've got so many more people to have to service, and some of the federations with smaller registration perhaps it can do, I don't want to say a better job, but a good job with their top athletes as well.
And I suppose it just takes, it takes that one person. It was interesting in the resurfers being able to listen into the Adam Sawyer mic'd up, and that had obviously Luna Hendricks from Belgium. And Belgium, although they've had Kevin van der Perren in the past, not one of the eminent skating nations, but because Luna and her brother Yorick were so obviously committed and passionate and devoted, it didn't take, as you say, a huge skating nation with a huge pool of skaters. It took passionately committed and invested people to make the leap towards the top of the world.
And that can come from anywhere.
Yeah. And it pushes the, not that there should be a standout for all, but so often when there's a family member on the coaching staff, that really does, I suppose it takes it home, doesn't it? It just increases the time spent on the improvement, because you never really get away from it.
I thought you were going to say intensity. It increases the intensity, which it probably does, right? No question.
Yeah, and the result is often better result.
Yeah. We've seen some really good skaters in this group as well. Let's take a look at the points here. We've got 2 in the 67 and 63. Yusum Kim and Ame Nakai from Japan, and Yusum from Korea. And then you've got 58, 55, 57, 58 for the final, the other 4 skaters in the final group. These skaters here, you've got 53, 53, and 54. So there is close enough to make some significant movement, depending on how they skate, of course.
And we've already seen one triple axel attempt. We will see some from others, but often it's so difficult, as we've discussed, about what the focus is, because a clean skate at this stage can often really flip the standings, because people, but equally the coach's philosophy might not be on necessarily clean skate at this stage. It might be on increasing the difficulty and pushing the skater to attempt stuff in the knowledge that they need to at some point make that step up. And it doesn't always go, you don't necessarily put increased technical difficulty in the program content and deliver cleanly straight away. That's not a likely scenario.
Yeah, exactly. But don't you
the
like
Swiss
don't you
flag.
don't you like covering the juniors?
Oh, it's fabulous. And what I'm a little surprised about maybe in myself is I love seeing the developing skating nations. And interestingly, if we look at the skaters that we've seen so far already, I think it was, oh gosh, now. Oh, Melody from Indonesia, Melody Astri Fatima. I think she was one of the ones that I just loved because of the effervescent smile on her face. And these will be the skaters that I remember, despite the fact that they're much further down in the rankings. And it's just an appreciation for development and knowing the commitment everybody's giving.
Yeah, Melody, actually, I saw her just on a break, and they came up and had a nice little bag of snacks, which was so wonderful. We took a picture, and I told her how much both you and I loved watching her skate. You know, she just brings such joy to her skating for herself, but also to the audience, and wanted her to know that. So I passed on your message to her as well.
Oh, excellent.
And I've been eating the snacks because we haven't had a break for dinner. So.
Gotta fuel your voice. You know, all of the skaters, whatever their quality or standard, and whatever their time commitment and training, the likelihood is that for each of these athletes, skating is the primary focus in their life, and it governs most of their thought.
Yeah, no question. Can't get away from it because you love it. Here we go. Group number 3, or warm-up 3, sorry. Group number 5. From Thailand. Ratita Kasanege, 14 years old, second junior Grand Prix season. 113.99 personal bests last season in the free program, skating to the Warsaw Concerto.
few things that give me greater joy in seeing somebody satisfied. Like Tada Ganesh representing Thailand, and she's had success in this event. Just last month, she skated here for the Thai Prime Minister, and now in front of a very happy support team, she's delivered really solid skate. Just that one fall on the triple loop.
Well, I saw Pata Ratita last season and talked to Tammy Gamble, her coach, many times about this young woman, and certainly had the skill to put it all together here at home. Triple lutz, triple toe, a little under-rotated on the quarter, they said. Actually, there's the double axel, good lift, good flow in the landing, good speed coming down the ice here. The triple flip, nice. You can see very focused, very concentrated to make sure that it didn't be too aggressive or too passive. And one jumping pass after the other. Just one big mistake, a little bit forward on the landing there. And you could see at the end of the program, the fist pump in the air, just the excitement to have skated this well at home.
So we see this was brave at the end, double axel, triple toe, and the latter elements in the program. And this is a skater who, coming back from injury, she had suffered a stress fracture on her right tibia at Junior Worlds, and she pushed through with that to compete. And so I'm sure she'll have had to take some downtime at the end of last season. And now this, the start of the big build towards hopefully representing Thailand successfully again at Junior Worlds next year.
And I'm sure Tammy is sitting at home going, okay, that is a weird stuffy. Is that like a, wow. Okay. I'm sure Tammy Gamble's sitting at home going, finally, got it together. Beautiful work. 98.88 for Pata Ratita. Wow, that's second in free print with a 150.04. And that will put her currently into second place overall.
Puts her in the second place.
Let's look at the standings.
Next to skate, representing Italy, Amanda Gezzo.
Amanda Gezzo, 13 years old, really an elegant skater, beautiful in practice session. Didn't have her best short program last night. She needs a 103.93 to take the lead. She'll skate to Forgotten Notes by Eternal Eclipse.
Two-time Italian junior champion, finally age eligible to compete on the Junior Grand Prix. And although technical difficulties prevented us from commenting on her yesterday, she was the standout skater. Just for me, something special. I don't think this program is as strong as the short program as yet, but a name to remember in Amanda Getzo from Italy.
Yeah, we have the advantage, of watching the practice sessions as well, and saw the skills this young woman has. It's just outstanding, and doesn't all come through because she's concentrating getting these jumps done, which she does for the most part pretty nicely. Too far back on that Lutz landing, comes up into the triple loop. A little stiff on the landings, I think, just a little bit nervous and wanting to sort of redeem and come through with a good free program. There's the triple flip, a little stiff again on that landing. Triple loop, gets the free leg back. The technique is good, the mechanics are good, the flow, the body line, all of that. Just 13 years old. We'll see much more from Amanda over the next several years on the Junior Grand Prix.
And Amanda's coach Eduardo de Bernardi had said to us that she was nervous, and that's completely understandable. And you touched on yesterday, Ted, the comparison with Carolina Kostner. And I suppose any young Italian skater is going to be compared with the great Carolina, but to me, Carolina is one of my favorite skaters of all time. So any comparison to her has got to be a big compliment.
And it's credit to Carolina that she's affected so many skaters who want to skate. I wouldn't say like her, but as elegant and as powerful. Let's take a look at the scores for Amanda. 94.55, that's third in the free program, with a total competition score 146.34, and that will put Amanda currently into third place.
This currently puts her in the third place. Next to skate, representing Switzerland, Anthea Graziano.
Anthea, 14 years old, 8th after the short program's second Junior Grand Prix season. Total top score for the free program, 90.13, earning that last season on the Junior Grand Prix, skating to James Bond.
Switzerland's Anthea Gradinaru, the 14-year-old, concludes the free skate. She had a really strong performance yesterday, one of the earliest skaters in the event.
As I was
Should be
watching,
relatively satisfied there.
as I was watching Anthea skate, I was thinking, you know, Switzerland's also doing a really good job at developing their juniors and their senior athletes as well. So a lot of skaters coming from many different areas of the world. As we take a look at the triple lutz at the top of the program, followed up here by triple salchow, the nice straight, tight position in the air, and the triple loop as well. I want to carry a little bit more speed and flow out of those elements just to make sure she gets up in the final group. It certainly has the athleticism and the strength.
And as we see this, the toe, I was just conscious, Ted, that obviously we've just seen the highlights of 4 solid, strong triple jumps, and the salchow and the loop early on in the program were musically phrased, interspersed with transitions in and out. And then there was a section, midsection of the program, where the transitional content was diminished, lots of crossovers to get through. And again, that's the stage that the junior athletes are at. They will increase the transitional content, I'm sure, adding more difficulty as the season progresses, hopefully.
Yeah, once they've learned the jumping skills and feel comfortable and confident in them, now the work gets into, well, what's going to happen between those jumps? And it's a little easier with the crossover. It's just going straight from element to element. But as they continue to mature in juniors and move into seniors, you need a lot more in between those elements. That'll come in time, but certainly this is a very fine athlete and a good performance here. Let's take a look at the free program score.
Anthea Gradinaru from
For Anthea,
Switzerland has earned in the free skating
99.47. That's second in the free program with a total competition score of 153.09, and that will put Anthea currently into second place.
Next to skate, representing Israel.
Our next competitor comes from Israel, 14-year-old Sophia Shifrin. And this is her first junior Grand Prix season. 9th after the short program. Needs a 102.65 to take the lead. It's going to need a good, clean free program right now as she skates to Ex Genesis by Muse.
squeezing in the feature at the end of the layback spin.
Great save at the last second.
Sophia
great
Schifrin.
solid
Side eye
skate.
glance to coach.
A great
Yeah,
solid
really
skate.
been treated, aren't we, to good skates here, and nice to see the reaction.
Well, let's look at some of the elements of the program. I like this patience in the choreography right off the top. As we see the triple loop, beautifully landed, stretch free leg, into a twizzle. Here's the Lutz. Hands above the head, nice and straight and strong in the air. Beautiful extension again on the landing. And back down the ice, good ice coverage into the triple flip, a little bit on the lean. And this choreo sequence, look at the spiral.
It's interesting, Ted, now because we're being treated to some clean skates, then we really start to look at the program component scores. Lovely Ina Bauer there as part of the choreo sequence, and obviously Sophia has ability both with the triple jump, I think this is flip, for clean rotation, and also a flexibility in her movement as well. But now we'll look to skating skill and who will be pushing high in the PCS so close to the boards. It's a wonder she managed to not touch the barrier and not landing the double toe at the end of the triple loop.
But it's so much fun to see so many of these skaters demonstrate their talents. Even if they have little mistakes, you see some good quality coming up. It's going to be really exciting. They'll be in these junior ranks for a number of years, and they'll only get better. And this is the first competition of the year, and I'm surprised at the quality of skating. And when I mean the quality of skating, how well each one is skating for themselves. And certainly, as the year progresses, they'll skate better. They'll improve the quality, but the consistency, at least at the moment, is here at the beginning of the season. Nice to see. Let's take a look at the scores. Sophia Schifrin from Israel, 110.11. That's first in the free program. Total competition score, 163.18.
This currently puts her in the first place.
She takes over the lead. The final skater in this group from Canada, 15-year-old Hedy Shi, the 2023 Canadian Junior National Champion, 13th last season at Gdansk, 7th year after the short program. She'll need a 109.10 to take the lead. Her personal best last season was 97.36. She'll skate and dance with me.
Impressive control of the blade for the difficult exit out of the layback spin for Hetty Shi from Canada, and also impressive that despite two pretty big balls that will have really physically exhausted her, she came back and fought hard to get 3 more triples out after that.
Yeah, that was nice to see. Hetty has had a really good season so far, made big improvements since last year, and has some wonderful qualities. Is still learning how to keep the quality of every step at the same time trying to do all these difficult elements. And once those elements start to go off, you don't want to let it affect the rest of the program. And Hetty fought through this program, took that hard fall on the triple lutz, and came back a little bit later in the program. It's a triple flip, double toe done. Kept fighting. Such an important skill to learn. There's the triple loop. A little wonky on the landing up with the double axel. Kept fighting all the way through the program. And had a really nice sequence in here. Split jump, sliding move. You can see a little loss of balance on that back edge there, right into this layback spin side position. Beautiful turnout of the free foot back position. There's the change. That's one of the features in the Bielmann. That's in at level 3, just missing one feature on that layback spin. Little loss, but nice comeback for Hetty.
Coach Andrew Evans with her, and I just thought she appears to have a fairly effortless speed and ice coverage. I was really impressed by the speed going into the opening triple loops.
Yeah,
I'm sure that's well trained and well taught. But
no, she has really good speed, and if you watch in the practice sessions, it's even better. And this is going to serve her very well as she continues to improve and move forward. Has a very bright future. Lots of work, as all these athletes do, lots of work yet to come.
What's good to see from the judges that despite the 2 falls, the skating skills component, which is so largely dictated by that speed, is the highest of the event over Sophia Schifrin, who had a cleaner skate technically.
Well, 97.36 is her personal best from last season, and she's got a 102.61, and so there Andrew's going, yeah, that's pretty good. That's third in the free program with a 156.70, and having a clean program, that puts her second overall. A good indication that the quality of this young woman is there. She's in the mix.
The following skaters will now take the ice for a 6-minute warm-up.
And some lessons learned and some experience gained here in Bangkok. As we take a look at the standings so far, Thea, Penny, and Yu Feng top 3 so far with 6 pretty good skaters yet to come.
Prix from the United States of America, Annika Chow. From Korea,
Exciting now, Ted, as we see the standings a little lower down. Just now knowing first of the medals of this Junior Grand Prix series are soon to be decided. And as we talked on yesterday, the figure skating community will be zoning in and honing in on this just to see what's happening in our community. And
yeah, what's coming up. That's what people like about the Junior Grand Prix is, and there are more surprises coming from different countries. We talked about that, and I think people will find that very interesting. It'll be interesting to see whether that translates into senior, and that'll be a good 5 or 6 years before we'll know that. But certainly in the juniors, skaters are coming from a wider group of nations.
And developmentally, it is going to be so fascinating to see then how some of these, especially for the athletes, the likes of Yu Seong Kim, who I think is just 13 years of age, who's already able to triple axel. We will not be able to see her compete on the senior ranks till after the next Olympic Games, and already having that ability to do a triple axel, where will then, if she can maintain that level of technical difficulty over the coming Olympic cycle, what will she do with other aspects of her skating? How much time devotion will go into composition of programs where we could see pieces of work that will be remembered forever? We think about standout pieces like Kurt Burney's Casablanca or Katrina Witt's Carmen, programs that are iconic. There aren't maybe as many of those iconic programs with the new system, given the requirements from a technical standpoint. I wonder now if that will be something that will be developed, and we can really look forward to seeing pieces of art in this
But
sport.
I would argue that I think there are more skaters skating at a higher level than there were in those days.
Yeah.
And I don't mean the degree of difficulty. I just mean you see
Quality.
some pretty good programs and some pretty good interpretation even in the juniors. Yeah. They
Yeah, that's a really interesting point. I also concur with that. The quality and the ability of the skaters from the mastery of the blade in so many aspects, they're more well-rounded, better skaters than previously. I think sometimes that the demand for content overrides the interpretation, or there's less opportunities to sustain and storytell when so busy getting content done.
I would
But maybe now,
Yeah, I would agree with that, and I think also that really shows in the pair skating because those elements take so long to prepare and develop. The lift takes the whole rink, and the twist takes the whole rink, and so there's less time for sure in that discipline, absolutely. And there's a lot of jumping and spinning and singles as well. But you know, we've seen some magical performances, and we've seen some really good ones at the junior level, where we would not have had a memorable performance in juniors in the old days as much as we do now.
yeah, like the Mao Shimada Lion King, or
Yeah.
there are some that we still remember. Wow,
Exactly. I think we're just spoiled, Mark.
yes, we're having to look
We're
for
getting
sublime
pick-
excellence.
rather picky, I think.
Pernickety, I think.
Yeah, or pernickety, that's it. Yeah. But I've seen the juniors for so many years now, and one of the reasons I just love doing this is because we see good skating. We really do. Okay, they're not 25 years old with all the maturity yet. This is for sure. But good athleticism and understanding of the music in many cases, or in some cases, and some, not many, but some magical performances and some great athleticism. So, and you can see right here, Nakai had the same problem all practice session, popping at least 8 or 9 triple axels, just getting the upper body turning too early before the takeoff. We'll see whether she can convert it into rotation in the program, as she did in practice a little earlier today.
And as we said before, so for Akai, the chances of success for her at this event, obviously she's the heavy favourite as the reigning world junior bronze medalist, so the expectations are high, but then that places a different kind of emphasis as we see triple axel landed. And now she really will be comparing with world junior champion Mao Shimada, and so she has a competition with herself and with her home nation skaters as well.
Exactly. This is going to be fun to see.
All of the women on the ice currently have had their practice session on the same ice surface earlier on today. And I think it's such a challenge to then manage the adrenaline and the nerves of competition day. They will have, I'm sure, done some competition simulation, many of them competing in domestic events nationally. There's a different level of adrenaline, I think, for the new Grand Prix, and maybe even more so for this being the first one of the season.
Skaters, your warm-up has ended. Please
Sorry, Mark, I wasn't listening to you. I was getting. I'm not sure if you're talking to me. I said, Mark might be talking to me right now, and I'm talking to the crew here and going, I'm missing something. Here we go. The final group in the women's free program. Some brilliant skaters. We'll see whether that can translate into competitive performance, and it starts right now.
Ladies and gentlemen, representing Japan, Yo Tanagi.
Ryo Tanagi from Japan. Don't have a personal best score. She needs a 104.89. Take the lead. She'll skate to a pretty familiar piece used in our sport, the Mission from Ennio Morricone.
The most gorgeous music for a beautiful skater, Yo Takagi from Japan. Shame about that fall on the final triple tone. It really suggests, Ted, to particularly those that have never done a free skate of this length, the exhaustion of a free skate with these 11 elements, and that's, I'm sure, the reason behind the fall at the end of the program.
Yeah, it's such a beautiful skater and a beautiful piece of music, well choreographed, and jumped very well throughout the program. Excellent spins, and just the full package. Then that one mistake, and you mentioned a little earlier on the practice warm-up session, one jump make the difference, can make the difference, and maybe that will happen. Look at the distance on that double axel into the triple toe loop, kind of like Kaori Sakamoto. Huge double axel. There's the triple flip, soft knees on the landing, triple loop.
Transition into that loop was really good too.
Yeah, beautiful. A little bit later on in the program, there's the triple Lutz, up into the double axel arms, and free leg lifter up it, then into the double toe loop. Here's that Ina Bauer. And I think at this point, she was just, I've got this. This is beautiful.
Yes,
she was really feeling it, and then, no, forget about the triple toe loop.
It's like, oh, shame.
Yeah. Beautiful skater, beautiful performance. Final spin here.
Something I sort of appreciate, Ted, is the open neckline. When a skater has the confidence to elongate their neckline, and that sounds so simple, and yet it makes such a huge change in the aesthetic of their movement.
Completely agree with you. It's physically perhaps simple, but to remember it throughout a program, it has to be automatic. It has to be built in, and that takes years, of course. Keep the shoulders down, and the back elongated, the neck. And it's
lengthened out.
Something special, that's for sure. Let's take a look at the scores for Yo.
Yo Takagi from Japan has earned in the free skate.
Free program 113.31. That's first in the free program so far. Total competition score of 171.61. That'll put Takagi into first place. Our next competitor comes from Korea. Hee-Soo Han, third Junior Grand Prix season, a 5th and 11th last year on the Junior Grand Prix. 10th in her senior national championship. She'll need a 116.33 to take the lead. Personal best is 112.94. They'll need to up that score to take over first.
Well, testament to the high expectations and high standards of Lisu Han that she looks a little despondent because of that one fall. But I just love to know, Ted, how much training do these Korean athletes do, because they have just abundant quality in so many aspects, technically and in program components.
Nice triple flip, triple toe loop, top of the program. Here's the triple lutz straight up. Feet nicely crossed, a little bit forward on the landing, double toe, double loop. Good work to get through that 3-jump combination. Here's the second triple lutz. Soft, deep knees. That triple loop just did not lift up as high. Give her enough time to get the free leg back. And soft, low knee bend to save that jump up into the double axel.
I've written down notes like the Bielman position, the range and the spike Bielman position, the choreo sequence with the barrier change. This phenomenal position at the end of the combination spin. So much work goes into this kind of athlete. Even the finish position here, beautiful finish position, difficult finish position. And it's just, I presume because the standard is so high, the coach Hyung Kyung Choi in the Kiss and Cry knows that excellence is standard. It's really going beyond excellence.
The plot thickens. Certainly, we've seen some really good skaters. A couple of mistakes here and there, but overall, you can see the basic skating skills are so strong. And
The scores, please.
let's take a look at the scores for Lisu Han
Lee
from Korea.
Soo-han from
Pre-program
Korea has
score,
earned the free skate
118.70. That's first in the pre-program. The total competition score, 173.99. And that'll put Lisu currently in the first place.
This puts her currently in the first place. Next to skate, representing
Next
China,
competitor comes from China, 13-year-old Wu Chen Tong. Fifth after the short program. 13 years old, and saw performing triple axels a little bit earlier in the day in the practice sessions. We'll see whether it happens here tonight.
China's Ru Chen Tong. And this is a skater who yesterday in the short program did have one negative grade of execution on any of the 7 elements from any of the 9 judges. Today, unfortunately, some more mistakes, but her tiny stature belies a whole lot of work and effort to make this standard of skater only 13.
Yeah, Mark, and I made a mistake. I thought she was the one trying the triple axel. Not true, of course, as we see the triple lutz. She didn't have that in her program. We take a look at the triple salchow, hands above the head. Needs a little bit more work on the flow on the landings. Triple lutz a little bit later, stiff on the knees on the landings as well. And it's very difficult to carry the speed out of the jumps if you land on a stiff knee. It's a little bit far forward. Here's the triple sow, Euler, double flip and fall.
And then it's so sad in the 3 turn after that, that second tumble in close proximity, incurring that -1, but back strong with that combo spin. Going to collect cuddly toy. Congratulatory gift, perhaps, as her coach. Same coach as her compatriot Ru Tonglai, who also skated earlier today. Again, confirmation that strong skaters coming out of China in the junior ranks. I wonder if her coach will tell her to sit up straight like he did with his former charge in the kiss and cry. When you see the skaters in the kiss and cry, Ted, you realize just such young, tender age, and they will have shown a focus unlike anybody, maybe twice or 3 times their age, to be this good.
98.64, that's 8 in the free program. Total competition score of 156.09, and that will put her currently into 5th place.
Puts her in the 5th place.
There is a look at your top 5 skaters so far in the competition.
Next to skate, representing the
3
United
to come.
States of America, Annika
13-year-old
Chow.
Annika Chow from the United States. This is her first Junior Grand Prix season. Sitting in 3rd place after the short program. She'll need a 1:15.07 to take the lead. And she'll skate the free program to Easy on Me.
I know there is hope.
Annika Chow from the United States of America. And when I asked her coach, Chris Pottinger, some backstory, he said that her parents acknowledged that she always loved performing to an audience, and the way in which she sold that left forward outside spiral just confirmed she is happy selling her craft, and she did it beautifully.
Beautiful lines and some really nice jump technique in some areas, and she's really just 13 years old, so she's very young. She's got a bright future, and she'll continue to grow and mature in the junior ranks here for a while. As we take a look at the triple flip, hands above the head, nice and tight in the air, into the triple toe loop. That's downgraded, or under-rotated actually, the judging system here. Here's the triple loop. It's all the way around. Nice, straight, strong back on the landing with good extension of the free leg. The Salchow, a little bit of a tight landing there. But later in the program, carries up over the pick with the triple Lutz. That was nicely done. Good soft knees and good flow on the landing there. And this one didn't work out quite as well. A little bit on lean and not all the way around.
I also think it's interesting too, because when I look at the heights, Annika is 20 centimeters taller than the previous competitor, and at only 13 years of age, she must have gone through, it's a gorgeous change of edge in the camel feature. She must have gone through a huge growth spurt, and she's done incredibly well to maintain triple content and close set of triples, whilst having that stretch so often the case that the athlete will take a big growth spurt and it can knock their core. But
yeah, changes the timing and whatnot, but Annika's done a great job and keeping things together through that growth. And this is her first year, so we haven't seen her before, and this is a nice surprise coming from the United States. And I was at the competition in Boston, the Cranberry Open, and there's a lot of nice young talent in that competition, not only from the States, a number of Canadians there as well. It was a really interesting competition. But navigating the junior ranks up into senior takes time. Not everybody makes it through, and it's hard as you're going to school and you're growing up, and it's a lot of hard work. And more opportunity a little bit in junior now with the Junior Grand Prix and more junior international competitions worldwide. So we'll see what happens with some of these athletes over the next number of years.
Yeah, and it does seem that, as we said so much before, that the support network is massively important. And Annika has an older sister named Addison, and she, I'm sure, part of the whole family commitment. It's such a huge family commitment to be a competitive skater at this elite level. That's what you need.
The scores, please.
Coach Chris said that she wanted to challenge herself artistically in both programs, so different, the short and the free skate, and she looked comfortable delivering different styles.
105.11 for Annika in the free program. That's fourth with a total competition score 164.04. Annika is currently in third place. Two skaters to come. She will not be taking medal home, but a good experience gained here in Bangkok.
Representing Korea.
Our next competitor comes from Korea. Woo-Seong Kim. Second after the short program. 14 years old, 110.96 required to take the lead. It's getting to a difficult but beautiful piece of music, the Lark Ascend.
said, Ted, as she took her start position, a difficult piece of music, the lark ascending, and you would assume it would be challenging for a youngster to maintain that delicacy throughout the 3.5 minutes. But as we look at this opening triple axel, she just did that in abundance.
It's here. I mean,
No
the triple
question on the rotation.
flip here into the triple toe loop, a tight landing. She was extremely focused. Look at the beautiful triple lutz with good flow. A little bit, free leg was a little bit hanging down, and there's some refinement for all the juniors because they're just not at that stage yet where they have every detail taken care of. That takes a long time. Triple loop up with the double axel. But certainly lots of skill demonstrated here, both in the athletic part and also program performance to the lark ascending.
Gosh, such flexibility and range, and you almost wonder if her sister's successor, twin sister, fourth at Junior World Championships, who also has triple axel, if that has been, you know, it must have been motivation for her to develop herself even more. And obviously the triple axel was super clean, but things like a wally jump the other way, like difficult transitional content too.
From Korea has earned in the free skate
126.88. That is first in the free program, of course. The total competition score 189.92. Sung Kim takes the lead with one skater to come. Silver guaranteed. Will it be gold? And as we saw last year, Korea, Japan, and Japan quite often dominated the podium. One skater to come. Ami Nakai, 15 years old. And he had real challenges with the triple axel in the practice session today, but delivered it in the program on the practice. We'll see if that happens here in the free. 136.90, personal best, skating to glimmer of faith and only hope by many more.
World Junior bronze medalist, Ami Nakai from Japan. She had a healthy lead after the short program. No triple axel today. Quality of skating and 2 triple triples. I suspect will be enough. We'll see. It's going to be close, Ted.
Well, terrific focus to keep the program in order even after that miss of the triple axel, struggling with it all day long, but didn't let it bother the rest of the program. As we've seen with all these skaters, these junior skaters, they certainly have some pretty good technical ability, lots of growth and maturity as they move up into seniors. Look at the triple axel there, just bails out on a big lean on the takeoff, but carries through the rest of the program with good quality technical elements. Triple loop, double axel, triple lutz, very quick in the rotation, nice and tight and fast in the air. Jump combination near the end of the program. There's the triple lutz right at the end. And nice flow on the landing as well. And but with the 4 years, I think it's just great that these athletes will be in juniors longer, give them a little bit more time to mature and to grow into seniors, because that process takes time. Technically, they can do the same jumps, but it's not the same from a quality perspective, particularly in connection with the music. Although the juniors are certainly getting better.
It's interesting. I mean, separated from her father and sister, she moved with her mother to Chiba to train with coach Kensuke in the Kiss and Cry, and such is the commitment to, to split a family apart in the pursuit of Olympic glory. And she's aiming at the 2026 Olympics in Milano Cortina, and just getting on a Japanese Olympic team, that in itself would be a huge accomplishment.
The battle to get out of the country into international competition. So many good skaters. Let's take a look. 123.16, second in the free program, but as the coach knows, with a 190.65, Ami Nakai will take the title. He had that on his head. He knew that was enough.
Yeah, he knew.
He knew. Well, it's a great start to the Junior Grand Prix. See the event and the depth of this, coming from a number of different nations. It's really encouraging, Mark.
Yes, Ami Nakai adds a gold. The gold she won in Gdansk last year on the Junior Grand Prix. And just brilliant performances from so many, and skaters that we will remember. The Australian Hannah Bath in 13th, the Italian Amanda. I mean, so many interesting performances and strengths in different ways. And what a great start to this Junior Grand Prix series for the first medals to be awarded.
Yeah. These are juniors, and they take a while to graduate into seniors, but it's a good start, and it bodes well for seniors in the future down the road, 3 or 4 years from now, as we get set to see the medal ceremonies. And that concludes our coverage. We hope you stay online to watch the medals be presented for the top 3 skaters in this competition. And that concludes our coverage of day 2. Mark, thank you so much for joining us. You make sure that you'll be back tomorrow. Just take a look at the schedule and the timing. Bringing that up. And tomorrow we will start with the free dance at 12 noon local time here in Bangkok, followed by the men's free program at 14:30 tomorrow afternoon. We hope you've enjoyed the coverage on day 2 here at Bangkok. For Mark Hanratty, I'm Ted Barton. Thank you for watching. Good night, everyone.